Australian Photographic Prize. It's Epson Print Award Day. I can see a lot of happy faces in the room and a lot of judges eager to look at some prints. Starting off this morning, we're going to be looking at the creative category, which is sponsored, as you've probably realised by now, by Godox. In fact, we're using Godox lights to help us to illuminate the prints, and they look fantastic. Wouldn't you agree, everybody? Yes. Awesome. Well, the creative category, I'll just read out the parameters around that. Let your imagination go wild through the unusual combination of objects, shapes, texture, colour, distortion or viewpoints using in-camera or post-production techniques for novel or creative effect. The base image and all additional elements must be photographic in origin and captured by the entrant. Kind of makes sense, I suppose, doesn't it? An artist's statement to contextualise the concept of the image is permitted, although we would like to say it's limited to 25 words. We don't need essays, and will be read during live judging. So I have an eager set of very experienced, passionate and intelligent judges, and I must say, very good looking as well. Far good looking in the other room. And with that, we're going to get ourselves set up and get ready for the Print Awards. So if you're sitting at home watching, which I'm sure there's many of you, get your cup of coffee going, make sure it's hot, get comfortable, put your Uggies on, and if you're in Iceland, stay warm. All right, guys, let's get you guys in place. I need my judges. We're just going to have a look at some prints now. It's the live run through. That's the end of the slideshow. Apparently we're back where we started. Is that right? Yeah. No, that's a different category. Okay, can I ask, did any of the judges see? Are we still looking at Greg?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, I can't find the mouse. Yeah, no, that's fine.
You're on the other screen.
Oh, so that is.
Yeah, no, it says creative.
These still got it. Oh my God.
It's got feel for it anyway.
Oh, it's still over here. still on that screen.
It's on the
You know-
it's on the very far left. Still on the screen.
There it is. No. There you go.
Okay, we're finished. So judges, did you see any of your work
Yes.
that you're not judging? Did you?
Yes.
You did? Okay, so you need to, we need to keep an eye out and make sure I don't have Peter on the panel.
Yep.
Right, okay, so
Are there
can
any
someone
other
give me,
conflicts?
anybody else?
Do you know the numbers?
Yeah.
We don't see any names
We don't have
against
names
the
or
images on the screen, so we don't know.
Right, very simple, that's fine. If you're on the panel and your print comes up, you just step back. If you know the author, you step back, all right?
At all, or if you think, I know the author, but I should
I'm going
judge?
to ask you to, in order to create a scenario where we're not sure, rather than, oh, if you step back, it's his print. So if we know the print, if you're very familiar with it, you've seen it before, you've judged it before, some of you would have judged it before, we've got 3 other judges. I'd rather you step back, put someone else in, just keep it moving. We're a team of 8, there's 8 of them. Yeah, if you're in New Zealand and you judged it, you can just say, look, I'll step back. Right, let's get fresh eyes on it.
If the judges know the name of the person, they can write that down and give that to us.
It's for a different reason, because we have got 1 or 2 judges who've got prints in, but we don't know how to identify them before they come up.
So that's what I'm saying. If you are in this category, or if you know someone who's in this category, you saw it and you know their name, write it down. Put notepads there. Write it down and give it to us because we have the names. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and you can,
We have a list. That we
and
can
then you
go
can
through
go and
and
let
say,
me know 6 prints ahead,
Is that
okay.
helpful?
So please,
Yes.
look, so I'll take that back, it's only if it's yours, or it's somebody who's you don't want to judge because you work with them, or their brother-in-law, or whatever like that. Okay?
Yeah, so just if you could write, judges, if you could write your name
So
at the top,
if you
and
judged
then
before,
give us
but
a
you
little
haven't
list
had to
of
judge again,
names
that's
you don't want
okay.
to judge.
But if you kind of get advised, it's your best friend or...
The live stream's still on, everyone.
Just remember, we are being listened to. I hope it's not that cold in Iceland.
Are we having a ribbon in some?
No. For those that are out listening on live stream, I'll just give you some information while we just get our judges ordered. The Australian Photographic Prize Epson Print Awards are designed to celebrate the best in professional photography from Australia and across the world. As always, we'd like to thank our generous sponsors, because without those sponsors these things can't happen, and in particular Epson today being the major sponsor of the Print Awards. Entrants have the opportunity to win prizes as well as the opportunity to be exhibited, so we thank those people who have supported the event by entering. The following general rules apply. All images entered, including individual elements used to make up an entry, must be 100% photography or photographic in origin, and all the work done on these prints must be done entirely by the entrant. The only exclusion is when you send it off to be printed to an external or an outside printing house. They can correct for contrast and colour balance and simple things like that to suit the print. Images captured at a workshop where the set, lighting, model and or concept has been created, styled by the instructor and eligible. Workshop, tutorial, instructors and student category entries are exempt. Images captured on photo tours where the primary focus is not educational can be entered. Printing of images may be outsourced to professional lab, as I said. All images, including all individual elements, make up an entry, must have been captured on or after 18th of July 2017. Each image entered must contain, my best one was in June 2017. Sucks, doesn't it? Yeah. Anyway, July 2017, that still gives you 5 years, guys and girls. Each image entered must contain the original capture metadata. In the case of a composite image, have the original metadata, etc., etc. Raw files must be available on request, so that if we think want to just double check, we can. Post-production, all digital backgrounds, textures and brushes must be derived from original photographs taken by the entrant. Default Photoshop brushes or purchased brushes may only be used for the purpose of masking or dodging and burning. Multiple images presented as a diptych, triptych, etc. are permitted in all categories. Don't you love the power of the pause, Andrew? In the reportage and the nature and wildlife categories, post-production techniques may only be used to enhance an image without altering the authenticity of the scene or subject matter of the original capture. Composite images are not permitted. Landscape, portrait, travel and wedding categories, composite images are allowed as long as the digital post-production is not a significant part of conveying the visual message. Creative, commercial and pet and animal categories, the full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. All your photographic magic can come to town on that one. All elements of an entry must be 100% photographic in origin. The use of stock photos, graphics or computer-generated content, for example CGI, is not permitted. Images must not infringe copyright, moral rights, property, person or other third-party rights. The entrant will indemnify and keep indemnified any... We don't need to read that, gosh. I'm just filling in the time so the people at home aren't... You know what it's like when you're listening to live stream, it's like dead quiet and you're going, is my volume up? Is my volume... Yes.
Homage.
Homage. Homage?
Yeah, as opposed to plagiarism.
Yes.
Would you like to explain?
Would you like to go into that debate today? If you strongly feel that something is a complete rip-off or a complete plagiarised image, then you can raise that with us, maybe off air. We'll just go ahead. Everything's come through, everything's been flagged. If you feel later there is the capacity to disqualify if something gets found out later that it doesn't fit the rules. So I think we'll just quietly say something, but in the meantime we'll judge it. Because often it's just a homage. If you think you know the author and you're sure you know the author because that's what they do, please be careful you don't make a you-know-what out of you and me, because you assume too much and it may be somebody who just is emulating or paying homage to somebody else's work. And we see that quite a bit where people are inspired. We're good to go?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I don't have to keep talking about what's on this piece of paper. For those who are sitting getting interested in that and snuggled down thinking, please read the whole document, if you go to the AustralianPhotographicPrize.com.au and you'll find all the competition rules for the Epson Print Awards and you'll be able to print your own out like I just did. Okay, my starting judges are, could I please have Katie Collenberg, Christopher Ian, Kelly Tunney, Mandarin, Montgomery and Peter Rossi. Which gives me Steve Scalone, Andrew Campbell, Belinda Richards to step in and out. We're going to move reasonably quickly in terms of changing. I'm going to try and keep you guys fresh. I'll just read out to you once again the criteria for scoring. So in these print awards, a little different to what we may have seen in the past in various types of competitions. There are essentially 4 scoring ranges. The range is from 50 to 100. And from 50 to 69, it's considered below award range, which will range from pretty basic type of photography that needs a lot of work through to competent, strong photography that's probably not quite at professional standard. Although if it gets close to professional standard, then you may end up in the 70 to 79 commended, and that's where we're basically saying the professional standard starts. 50 to 69 below award range. Commended, 70 to 79. High level of visual communication, narrative, interpretation of a subject or aesthetic expression. High level of technique, including exposure, colour and lighting. High level of post-production skill, image quality and attention to detail. High standard for a professional client or self-commissioned work. So 70 to 79 is where you would expect a professional's work to land most of the time. Okay? That's what we're setting the bar for. And our judges are, as much as anything else, setting that standard for professional photography. 80 to 89 semi-finalists, strong visual or emotional impact, superior level of narrative interpretation of a subject or aesthetic expression, very high level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, very high standard for a professional client or self-commissioned work. Finalists, 90 to 100, what a lot of competitions might call a gold. Exceptional visual and emotional impact, highly original narrative, interpretation of a subject or aesthetic expression, superior levels of technique, post-production skill and image quality, outstanding quality for a professional client or self-commissioned work. And everything that falls in the 90 to 100A range, which is called a finalist, will be in the finalists for us to judge the winner of the category. So when you select something and it ends up in that category, it's in the running to win the category. If it doesn't get into there, it's not. Okay? Unless we have less than 5 in our finalist categories, in which case we dip back into the highest scores in the semi-finalists to have a minimum of 5 in the finalists. That's a lot of talking, and most of us like looking at things. You don't want to listen to me. So I think we can probably start getting ready. How are you guys going? You're familiar, you're comfortable, you're in on your keyboards?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what we should be looking at to.
Okay, I might just get Kat to help you out on that. Just to help these guys with their keyboards.
Is it on?
So we're using, for those in the audience, we're actually using digital. We're using digital devices to access as a scoring keypad. They are not checking Instagram and their emails, I can promise you. And I can see from here, and if they do, they'll be out of that door before you know. So just put your hand. Okay, we're just waiting to come into the room. Okay, so we need to be led into the room, which just kind of sounds weird, doesn't it? Can you imagine 20 years ago being said, we're not in the room, but you are in the room. Yeah. No, we're not allowed in the room. Am I allowed in the room? No, I'm throwing my voice. No, I'm not in the room either. Refresh.
You're all in here.
Okay.
What I might do is just remove you and then redo it.
What's really exciting about this? This is the birth of something great. And I know what that feels like. Because I'm in less than 48 hours, I will have a granddaughter. So yes, my daughter's having her third and she's due on Monday morning. So, yeah, I'm kind of glad it didn't come early, but I'm kind of sad I'm not going to be there because I'll still be in Melbourne. But that's like this. This is the birth of something new. So I'm sure on Monday morning in the hospital somewhere there'll be all sorts of chaos. There'll be false starts. There'll be pain. There will be drugs. There'll be, well, actually, no. Maybe we'll go back on that. She probably won't. But there'll be a lot of mayhem. There'll be some anxiety. There'll be some tears, which we may get today, depending on scores. But at the end of the day, there'll be a lot of joy and celebration, and at least one granddad will be getting drunk. And I guess tonight there'll be some people who do really well in their Prit Awards, and they're going to be out having a drink to celebrate as well. So it's a little bit the same, the birth of something new. And of course the parents being Karen and Robin. What a wonderful thing to watch your baby grow.
Run on their screens that they're in.
They were still waiting. Three of us here are still in waiting.
So while we're waiting on that, I'm just going to introduce you to some of our judges. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds, elevator pitch, who you are, and why you're here as a judge. Starting with the amazing Kelly Tunney. Where are you from, Kelly? What do you do? Why are you
It's
so
been a
amazing?
while. Thankfully, I still remember my name, where I'm come
30
from.
seconds.
Go. Kelly Tunney from Canberra, wedding photographer. Had a bit of a tiring year, must admit, but I'm happy to be here and nice to see friendly faces and hug people.
And answer the question, why are you amazing? I'm amazing because...
I'm really attractive.
There you go, I agree with that.
Next, please.
Katie Collenberg.
I don't want to answer that question, Tony. But I'll tell you my name. It's Katie from Canberra. I'm a family photographer. My microphone seems a lot louder than yours,
That's
Kelly.
okay, they'll adjust it. Tell us, I'm amazing because...
I'm human.
Oh, wow, that's a good answer. Peter Rossi.
Hello, I'm also attractive. In this dim, low-lit room. Peter Rossi from Cairns, North Queensland. I'm a portrait photographer, portrait and commercial, but mainly working with people. And we're looking for, in our work, not just representing or capturing the person's basic appearance, but to go deeper than that. So we're always looking to interview our clients, our customers, and find some little aspect that we can work with. 6 seconds. To give them something which is exceptional veering more onto art. We'd like
One
to
word
feel.
answer. I'm
Thank
amazing
you.
because.
I'm amazing because I'm here.
Good. Mandarin.
Hi, I'm Mandarin Montgomery. I'm a Melbourne photographer. I love doing conceptual fine art imagery, portraits, landscapes, events, and very happy to be here again.
And I'm amazing because.
I can tie my shoelaces.
Okay, that sounds good. Christopher Ian.
I've been a professional photographer since 1981, and quite intentionally I've always tried to enter in a variety of awards and won in a variety of awards. So people who think I'm a portrait photographer, I've won in landscape. People who think I'm a person who photographs children, I've photographed in Russia, Mongolia, the World Cup, the Australian Open. So basically I think I'm a generalist photographer.
Excellent. And I'm amazing because.
I'm amazing because I'm really grateful this has really got started again. This was missing in our lives.
Good. Andrew Campbell, I'm going to get you to grab someone's microphone if you will.
Morning all, how are we? I'm amazing because my wife and family love me. And I'm delighted to be here. I think this is really cool. Oh, and I take photos sometimes of stars by day and sometimes of stars by night.
Astronomer, photographer extraordinaire. Yep, Steve Scalone.
I could talk about Steve for hours. He's attractive too.
Oh, thank you. My name's Steve Scalone, the photographer here in Melbourne, and yeah, been in the industry for a number of years and love to be here. That's what makes me special.
Well, you jumped in, but you didn't use the words. I'm amazing because.
I'm amazing because I am here. I am going to steal Peter's response.
And there was who else have I missed? There's someone else in the room. Is that it? Oh, where's Belinda? Oh, there she is. Thanks, Belinda.
Hi, I'm Belinda Richards, and I'm a pet photographer here in Melbourne at Frog Dog Studios, and I'm amazing because I love dogs better than people.
There you go. Beautiful. Who else we got in the audience? Where are we from? Are we anyone here from Iceland? No? New South Wales?
It's on the live stream, that noise.
Dandenong?
He said clean your mic. And anything else is dead.
Okay, so if you're wondering what's going on, we're just having a little tech issue, as I said. There are false starts. Going back to my daughter, last weekend she was in hospital 2 nights out of 3. She's going to hate me telling everybody this. Just with a false start, but you know, baby settled down again. So that's what happens, you know, you have these false starts. At the end of the day, something beautiful is born. Sorry?
Is this the first granddaughter?
Yeah.
Oh. First grandchild?
No, third. I'm older than I look.
You said it, not me.
Impossible.
Yes. So I am here because I've had a little experience in judging and chairing, and I'm from Perth, Western Australia. I photograph fine art mainly these days, but with a commercial portrait and everything else type of background. And I'm amazing because I've got 3 beautiful grandchildren. Well, at least I will have. Yeah, now what else can I tell you about? Over the next few days, we're also going to be judging prints. Now I know why they've got me in this job. We're going to be also looking at several categories. Also, at the same time today as creative, you'll get a chance to listen, if you switch to the other live stream, to the incredible dulcet tones of Peter Eastway, one of the greatest photographers that ever walked the planet, or at least when you go into his bathroom in his house, that's what's written on the back door. He sent me a book once, one of his amazing books. What's it called? Completely forgot. The New Tradition. So he sent me this book, and I thought, Pete sent me a book because I was going to order one. He said, "Don't be silly, I'll send you a book." Beautiful big book. So I get it, and I thought I'll open it. I said, "Did you write it?" He goes, "Of course." I thought, I wonder what he wrote, my mate. And I opened the book, and it said, "To the second best photographer in the world." Oh, dear. So landscape's being judged in the other room, so you can switch to the other channel if they are up and running. Are they up and running? Yes. They are, good. So don't listen to me if you don't have to. Go over there and listen to them. They're looking at landscape, and that's sponsored by Canson Infinity. Canson, of course, makers of incredible papers. I say that, but transparency says that I have to tell you I'm an international ambassador, but they are incredible papers.
We're good, Tony.
We're good to go?
Yep. We are good to go.
Excellent.
And descriptions will come up.
Yeah, we've
and
got
the
descriptions.
read.
Okay, so we also today may have some descriptions if photographers have chosen to give them, and we'll get a 25-word description which will be read by me or will be read by you. Okay. Yep. So are we all good to go? Catch your breath. You've got your phones ready. Everybody in the audience is ready. Take a deep breath. Be a long day at the end of it. We're going to have a beautiful day. Here we go. First print, please. I was just watching how delicate she's doing that with the white gloves and her hands are shaking. So if it's your print or if you know your print's coming, this is an indication of just how much care and consideration is going to be given to your beautiful piece. Let's go, judges. For those in the audience, you'll see some scores come up along the bottom, which will give us an idea of how the judges feel about this image. Remembering a scoring range of 50 to 100, 70 to 79 is commended, 80 to 89 is semi-finalist, and 90 and above is a finalist. Below, the 69 below tells us that the image is not quite professional standard, but certainly worth looking at. So we have a score of 72, and I would suggest that all the judges are pretty close there. I'm going to get a very quick comment from Kelly Tunney. What's something they could do?
I scored it a bit on the lower range, just missed the mark in terms of just where my eye wanted to land. I really did like the warm tones sort of coming through, but just, and the printing for me wasn't quite there up close.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Kelly, and well done. Next print, please.
Plus, now how does he know that there is a description? Because we know the next one does. So, yeah, but we've got to move faster. So so click there. There is a description.
We'll just have a description read for you.
Dreams of a summer night.
That's logical.
Just waiting on your score, Mr. Rossi. Reminder, this is the creative category, sponsored by Godox. Whose lights we are using to illuminate the print?
No, I've lost it.
Oh, sorry.
Completely. So
Who, just out of curiosity, who's using Chrome versus Safari in that? I'm on Safari. Is
hang on, what?
anyone else logged in?
watching from the back row.
Should we be?
And the print scores. The print scores, I'd say that's going to be an 80.
Yeah, you won't be allowed in.
No. That's print scores 80 and is going to be is a semi-finalist. So well done. All judges very close. Mandy, quick comment. No, Christopher Ann, quick comment.
I really love
Microphone, please.
I really love this because it's deceptive. We don't know where the angle's been taken from. And if you get up close, what appear to be dust spots are actually star streaks, which are just a line, and everything has to be a line because there's no dots. So I love the idea you've got a straight line, maybe a result of a 30-second exposure. Beautiful.
Awesome, thank you. Next print, please. We have a description.
Novotel, South Wharf.
This print scores 80 and is a semi-finalist. Well done. There's a good spread, but the average was sitting around the middle of that, which is good. We had 3 judges sitting in that semi-finalist range. Mandarin, I'll get a quick comment from you, please.
Stunning colour palette, beautiful gradation of the sky, and lovely pastel tonality.
Well said. Of course, it's concise, to the point, well read. Next print, please.
There's a description. Refraction, reflection. My partner's favourite colour is red. I enjoy working with water. I spent the best part of the day putting this image together, getting the lighting right and the spacing of the fake red gerbera background. The flower is half submerged in water. The spring is out of a ballpoint pen. I placed the droplets onto the spring with a syringe. The light is on the flower background. One bare flash either side with a cardboard barn door held on with a rubber band. It took many attempts to get this right with minimal specular highlights. The image plays a trick on my brain if I try to crop it. To me, it looks balanced as it is. I hope you enjoy my creation as much as I do.
Scores from our judges come through.
You're right, Peter?
No. Sorry.
We're just waiting for that score to come through. And 75 is the score, which is right in that commended range, so well done. Nice ideas, and there's obviously some positives there. That red has certainly got a lot of impact, and I love the balance of this image. We'll have the next print, please. I just did. That's what I would have said. You have a description?
Atonement.
It's a reminder that our scoring range is set up to recognise the best of professional photography in the country, and as such, 70 to 79 is commended and considered a high standard or a good standard professional work. 80 to 89, we're looking at that exceptional level of professional work, and at 90 and to 100, we have our finalist range, and that is at the highest standard of work that we're looking for. We have an 82. That's a solid semi-finalist. Well done. We might get a quick comment from Mr. Rossi, please.
There's a great storytelling quality to this image. There's just so many questions that come from that tiny little man's stance, the old Kingswood, all the propping, the life buoy on the side. One minor thing that was holding me back is just, I feel it's just too sharp in the background. The business name on the building, I know it may have something to do with the whole atonement story, but it keeps pulling my eye. It's very bright, very sharp. And what's going on in that little building there, so much mystery and pulling me in.
Well said.
Well done.
Next print, please. Thanks, Peter.
Times 100.
Print scores 79. Just in that at the highest end of the commended range, so well done. And we will review this image at the end of the category, so we'll have a look at it again. But let's get a comment in the meantime from Christopher.
The top 20%. The top 20% of your image is losing all the threat that's being built up from the base. The clouds are just too bright. They're too attention-seeking.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps those brightness in the corners is what you sort of wanted to bring down a bit as well. Yep. Next print, please. Print score 73, highly commended, or commended print. Have a quick comment from Katie, please.
Yeah, there's some really beautiful textures. Obviously, it's a very textural image. The shape and form is really interesting to look at. I just have, I guess, a few questions that sort of made me hesitate over my score as to what exactly I'm looking at. And I guess I wanted to see a little more detail around the corners too.
Thank you. Next print, please. Description.
The empowering feeling a woman feels when carrying a little human is second to none. Before the effects of sleepless nights, action wear days, hair falling out in masses, we have this incredible moment of feeling invincible and unique, like we are holding the centre of the universe and keeping an incredible secret that will change the world we know when finally revealed.
Print score 75. I have a comment from Katie.
Can I challenge that?
You can challenge that, and I'm happy that you have challenged that. Well done. So we have a challenge
Thanks,
from
Tony.
Katie on 85.
Yeah, I think this has got a super high impact to look at, and obviously there's a story behind it, which actually gave me some questions because as the description was being read out, I was seeing sort of like a James Bond scene or something like that, which seemed different to the description, and that made me look a little deeper and dig a little deeper. And every motherhood, every parenthood story is different, and this is this story, and it's intriguing. It's beautiful to look at. It's been stunningly printed. It's got a beautiful graphic quality about it with the dark figure and the beautiful light background. And I think it's definitely worthy of being in the semi-finalists. It's something I haven't seen before.
69. Who gave the 69?
Considering this is a pregnancy shot, to me it's a failure because you've placed your exposure poorly, so that at the printing stage you are expecting us to see the rotundness or the roundness, and yet that's falling into blacks. Even the skin tone is actually a stop deeper than it needs to be. What we're seeing here is not a pregnant woman. It's a very elegant woman, but it's not a woman celebrating pregnancy.
Anybody else wish to chat? Mandarin?
What Chris said and two other quick points. I'm finding a disconnect between the beautiful ethereal quality of the swirling background and the sharpness of the lady, along with the shape of her tummy it's very muddy, so I can't really see it. And one final thing, the split in the dress actually draws my eye away from the focus, which should be her face and the bump.
Okay, Katie, back to you.
I think that we're just very used to seeing pregnancy photos presented in a certain way and the belly being shown in a certain way, and this is different, but it's still quite obvious that she's holding her belly because of the position of her hands. I don't think we always need to see things in the way that we're used to seeing them, and that's what I like about this image because it is a statement and it is different. And the disconnect between the foreground and the background, well, there are lots of contrasts in parenthood, there are lots of contrasts in people's experiences, and I think this just highlights that, the very visceral experience of being pregnant as opposed to what you're actually doing as a person bringing a child into the world, which is a much harder to quantify and talk about concept. So I think this is like a beautiful bringing together of those very diverse qualities, elements, stories, and yeah, there might be a few tiny little technical things here, but I personally didn't see them. I actually think the black's been printed really, really well. Looked at it with and without my glasses to be sure. And I think maybe it's just that it's presented in a way that isn't familiar to us, and so it's slightly jarring, but I actually like that about it.
Thanks, Katie. I'll get you all to put your scores back in. Or you can change your scores except for UK, you have to re-put in 85. Yeah, same score, thanks. The other judges take on board the comments and assess accordingly. What that means is that the judges, after listening to those comments, can change their score, or they could keep the score exactly the same.
Sometimes you may need to just refresh your screens as opposed to going out and trying to find them.
Yeah, might just press the refresh button at the top of your actual page. Mandy, can you maybe show that too? Can you take the mouse off the middle of the screen?
That's the arrow
See
with
how
the
it's
squiggle?
showing on that one there? Thanks for that.
And the print score's 77, so it did get a little bit of a push in, got a little bump up, which is kind of appropriate there, got a little bump. It's good, 77. Okay. Let's have the next print, please.
Forgot to say boom boom.
There's a description. Also, there's a matching that's slipped or something.
Yeah, it's just slipped down, but it's still stuck. It's meant to be centered.
We have a description.
Fire, flood and destruction. This image encapsulates my deep fear of the ultimate destruction of our planet as the result of decades of inaction of our successive governments and to proactively address climate change.
Print score 76, commended. Are we all happy with that? Did you? Peter wants to challenge it, so he's given it 82. You've got a spread there, Pete, but what was strong about this that you wanted to place it in the semi-final range?
The fact that there's some real thought gone into this that's taking it beyond just illustration. I can feel the emotion, the fire that the person has put into that. It's quite a strong element. I did not like the squashing down of the earth, you know, so that it's not a perfect circle, but initially. Then I felt, well, yes, there's a distortion there because life as we know it is now distorted. The moon's still swinging. I know I'm spreading it out. I'm trying to word my thoughts. The moon will probably still carry on. So I see that over there as another strong element, and I imagine the world will carry on, but in a different form. The fact of illustrating technology and mechanisation and everything as a line representation and mixing that with the real, there's definitely lots of thought gone into this, and it works for me. I clearly feel what the person set out to convey.
Okay. Christopher Ian?
There's a theory in astronomy circles that a planet actually was absorbed or smashed into ours. It even has a name now. All the digital representations of that moment are much more powerful, like a car crash. This is actually more like an overlay. There doesn't seem to be the power of an impact. When I see those images, you can see that, yes, the moon might have been created by this planet smashing us and grazing us and tearing into our surface. This doesn't have that.
Mandarin.
Just quickly, I was looking around to see if I could see Andrew Campbell, to see if I had my terminology right. The Earth is actually an oblate spheroid. We may or may not know that, so it's not completely round. But I'm not convinced that this is an intentional thing in this image. And if it was intentional as part of the story, it's a shame that there wasn't more effort in making that more obvious. But I applaud the photographer for the creative interpretation.
Back to you, Peter.
I've mostly heard reasons to go up a little. Thanks, guys.
I don't know. Okay. That's called a mic drop. Okay, Peter, you'll re-enter your score of 82, and you're asking the other judges to consider this image as a semi-finalist. Judges, please score accordingly. And the print score's 80. There you go, Peter. You had an impact. All right, I'm going to give you a break after that impact, and I'm going to bring Andrew Campbell on, which kind of feels like a print too late, but there you go. The incredible Andrew Campbell, who sees further than any person I know. He's light years ahead of the rest of us.
There's a description as well.
No, right, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have the next print, please.
And there's a description.
And there's a description for this next print.
Tom couldn't stop Tom couldn't stop the sinking feeling that he'd grossly underestimated Victoria's utter hatred for Smith's cheese and onion chips.
Scores, judges. I think they can't see you.
Logging in.
Print score is 76, right in the middle of the commended range, and it looks like most of you are pretty close to that. Yep, we'll sit with that, and I'll get a comment from Christopher Ian.
There's American.
Microphones, please.
There is an American landscaper who loves this movie set feel. Shoots on 8x10. And I understand that, but your print is too light. It's just one or two zones down, too bright to actually give you any feeling. It's overlit, it's like a stacked print, and some of the colours at the base are really tearing it apart.
Yeah, still good colour palettes, aren't they? Next print, please.
There's a description.
They have a description.
Alana running away through the kilns at night, shedding parts of her past towards a new life.
those scores in, guys. Print scores 71, just at that lower end of the commended range. And let's get a comment from Kelly Tunney, please.
Yeah, maybe for if this is perhaps a first-time entrant, paper choice. You know, we can see a bit of kinking in the print there, and just in terms of balance and composition as well, a bit too tight on the bottom, really muddy in the middle. Yeah, perhaps like cutting some off the top, adding some to the bottom, just for a bit better balance would help.
Of course, all care is taken with the prints, and the judges wouldn't have taken with a small kink. They'll assume that might have been done in handling, not that it would have, because our handlers are amazing. But yeah. All right, next print, please. While our judges are doing that, just recognise we have a special person in the room, representative from Epson, our incredible sponsors today, and yeah, as I said earlier today, yes, absolutely. We're very appreciative of the support that Epson gives industry events such as this. I certainly am appreciative. They've supported me for over 30 years, and hopefully do it for another 30. As I know they do a lot of people in this room. Print scores 70. Commended. I have a quick comment from Mr. Campbell, please.
I think this would be stronger with a focal point. As it is, the eye tends to wander around the image without really resting anywhere. And as such, with some of the brighter pieces and darker pieces, it's all a little bit jumbly. So perhaps think about where you want the eye to rest when you assemble a picture.
Thank you, Andrew. Next print, please. We have a description.
Earth, air, water, fire.
Scores, please, judges. Print scores 82. Semi-finalists. Everyone happy with that?
All right, I'll do it. I'll challenge it.
Yeah, thank you, Kate.
188.
188.
This is stunning and fantastical, and the colour palette and the handling of that really bright colour and that really deep dark tones is quite exquisite. There's so much to look at. I find the composition really beautiful and balanced. had questions. I went back and looked at it twice and I had questions around it, but overall it sort of settled very contently with me as a high semi-finalist print. I've never seen this before, I've never seen anything like this before, and I just find it super enjoyable and I just want to keep looking at it.
Thank you. Let's have a chat with maybe Mandarin at 78.
I'm definitely willing to come up. I think the all of the right hand side of the image with all the light and the fish swarming around is absolutely exquisitely handled. Where it let down for me was on the left, that the twigs almost look solarised. The birds in the sky I found didn't really add the congruency with the rest of the image that has almost a Dali-like feel to it. So there was a bit of disjointed effect for myself, but I'm willing to come up.
Let's have a listen to Andrew. You're an 84.
Happy to speak in support of this one with Katie. It's a beautiful piece of contemporary art. Would look fabulous vegan in a gallery, so, you know, I'm more than happy to raise my score, and I love the colour palette. It's terrific.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's go back to you, Katie, unless someone else wishes to add.
Yeah, I'll just speak to the left side of the image. I can see what you mean, and that was why I went back for a second look. What I think it's doing, though, is it's landing it in an actual scene rather than it just being this sort of imaginative, abstract piece. It's putting it in the water and the sky and giving us context, and that makes it even more interesting and raises more questions and makes it more fascinating and fantastical to me. It gives it sort of a solid foundation for the narrative.
Thanks, Katie. Katie's sitting at 88. She's going to re-enter that score. Judges, take on board the comments you've heard and reassess as you see fit. Pin score's 85. That's a solid semi-finalist. Well done. And I think that was a great image. Yeah, some good comments there, and I like the idea that it's a high degree of originality, which is really should be rewarded and was. Okay, we'll have the next print, please. Okay, let's get into it. For those at home who've never been to this sort of print judging, the print will be put up into a light box type of area. Judges are sitting in 5 chairs about 1.5 metres to 2 metres away, probably closer to 1.5 metres. They can step up and have a close look if they wish. They don't tend to take too long to do that because we want their scores in within about 15 seconds. Most of these judges have done a lot of judging. They're very experienced, knowledgeable judges. They make their mind up pretty quickly, and then we look forward to hearing their comments, which explain to us what that was that they saw.
2 press 6, 2 down press 6.
Can we refresh or something?
Yeah, I'm trying. Just hang on.
You may hear some slight crackles, like in a cinema. We're just offering our judges a macaroon. We need to keep the energy up high for those that might want one.
It might just be worth. Can you see where the mouse next door is?
It'll be a pull poor show to talk about the print? Would it be a poor show to talk about the print?
No, it can't.
Just so we've got time.
I'll just get you to take the print away for a moment, please.
I don't know why it's not. There's nothing in the press.
In the event that we have a technical hitch or a hold up, we often take the print away so it's not getting more, airtime than anything else. We'll come back to that. In the meantime, I'll ask Andrew Campbell to pick up the microphone, because I understand that for those who are coming along to the conference or in Melbourne, you have a very, very special opportunity to listen to a man who has seen, as I said, further into the universe than anyone else in this room. Andrew, tell us a little bit about your presentation on Sunday morning.
Yeah, I'm going to take you on a journey, team. We're going to go beyond the moon. We're going to go beyond the planets. We're going to head right on out there and beyond the Milky Way, right out to the farthest galaxies, and we're going to have a little chat about what the amazing things that are out there. So we welcome you to come along and check it out and expand your mind.
What time and where is it?
10:30, and the auditorium here.
And where's here?
Guys, it should be right now.
This is City Edge.
All working.
Narry Warren.
Narry Warren.
Narry Warren. And
Sunday morning.
On Sunday morning.
Very
Yep.
religious.
Well, you know, you can. You don't have to dress up.
Wear the hats, girls. And gloves.
And it's right to go.
Good to go. Put the print back, please. We'll have our scores.
This judge would like to do something first. I don't know how.
Print score's 82. That's a semi-finalist. Well done. Everybody's fairly close to that. I think that's. You can't actually. It's got to be more than 5.
More than 5.
And you're in the same. No, it's more than 5. We said that this morning. Everyone who was there. Did we say more than 5? We did. And it's within the same category. Do you feel strongly that you'd like to challenge this, do you?
Can we talk about it?
Yeah, we will. But I'll tell you what. I'll call a challenge because of the confusion. I'm going to call a challenge so that we get the chance to talk, and you will get the chance to revisit it. So I'm going to start with you, Andrew, as a comment, and you can tell people why you were keen to challenge it.
Very intrigued by the colour palette and the mood and the strength within this image, and a little curious about, I guess, what the entrant is conveying here. And it's that mystery that's drawing me in. It's also a very, very, very fine crafted portrait, which I'm just enjoying because of the pure sheer skill in photographing someone as well as this. I do have some questions about the expression, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys think.
All right. Let's have a listen to Katie, who's on 75.
So I agree that it's been well technically crafted, and that's why I put it where I did. But I feel like a disconnect. I just don't have an emotional reaction to this. And it is the facial expression, I think, but I also felt as though the face wasn't as sharp as the rest of the subject's clothing and the objects around them. And so there was that technical thing that held me back as well. So I'm listening, but obviously I'm in a different scoring range to everybody else. I could be wrong, but...
Christopher, Ian, you're in support of this?
Oh, God, yes. This is a very unpalatable subject. This is modern fascism. And the reason the expression's that is we're trying to demonstrate the everyman, the man that's been sucked in because of his youth and his machoism. Those lights around the bottom, that's the clan lights. They gather in dark and they turn on their headlights. The only thing that gets me is the didactism, why the rose? Because the expression tells me everything. He's having doubts. He's caught up in something, and all these symbols on his belt and his shirt. It's just the modern fascist. You're part of the gang. That's your symbol. But the expression is actually the key point. He's got doubt.
Mandarin.
Just quickly to add, everything Katie said about the softness of the face, which brought my score down lower than it would be. I'd also like you to address what's going on in the top left corner. I'm not quite sure, is that supposed to be an overlay of bricks? Is it a problem with the file? If it's supposed to be some sort of overlay, it's not very obvious. So there's a couple of little technical things, but overall it's exquisitely produced.
I think we're just rendering a bit of moonlight and cloud in this case, because this person, if we're going to pick up on Christopher's lead there, he's got some real doubts. And thank you, Christopher. I think you've really elaborated on the story. So I'm going to encourage you guys to come up to the next scoring range.
Well, they're all with you in that scoring range except for Katie. So you keep your score, Andrew, if you can resubmit your 87, and everybody else consider what you've heard and score accordingly. Excuse me.
Should be right. Yeah, usually just have to refresh if it's...
Theirs won't refresh until you refresh them.
Mm.
So it'll take a second for theirs to click in.
Print score's 86. It's a strong semi-finals. Well done. Next print, please.
There's a description.
Description.
Down memory lane. I went down memory lane not to be saddened for what I had lost, but to be grateful for the memories we share.
Print score's 84, solid semi-finalists. All judges reasonably close to that. Okay, we'll have a quick comment if we could please from Andrew.
It's a terrific image and well done. I love the dreamy quality to it, and it's highly interpretive. You can read into it a lot of different things. The title I don't think was absolutely necessary, but you know, I'm more than happy to look at an image like that and just kind of make my own mind up. So that's the joy of this. We get to interpret these things ourselves as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we're going to have another judge change. We've had two judges sitting there haven't done anything, so we'll do a double change. So Mandarin and Christopher, and we'll have Belinda and Steve Scalone. Come and join us. Thanks, guys. And before you sit down, Steve, I'm going to ask these three to switch chairs a bit and move to a different chair. Or you two, you're fine, Andrew. You just got there. You stay there. Ladies, come over this side. Belinda and Steve, go the other side. Just keep them moving so they get comfortable. Nothing worse than a judge that gets too comfortable. And we're ready to go. We can take that print down. You guys just get yourselves logged in.
Oh, do we have to move?
No, you're fine. That's fine. It's just the... Oh, yes.
Do we need
Yeah,
to?
I moved it. Is that causing you a problem?
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Go back to where you were.
I like it here though. It's not huge, but
That's
yeah.
fine. Just Tony causing problems.
We keep making you do that. Maybe we can get more advanced figures later in the day.
That's right. Well, we did that because now you've moved twice. That's double the energy you've picked up, so that's fine. All right, let's concentrate on the print and we'll get a score index.
If I could control it.
For the audience, here comes the print that we're looking at. There it is.
This was the same, wasn't it? Katie and Kelly stayed in their sets.
I'm getting there. Sorry.
Yeah, till I've changed all the names, those ones. Yeah. 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 Change it anyway.
Print scores 80, semi-finalists, well done. And our judges are very close together there. Let's have a quick comment from the amazing Steve Scalone.
Tonality, colour palette, and the depth of the image is absolutely exquisite, printed beautifully. I feel perhaps a disconnect between the overlay of the brick and the actual landscape.
Thanks, Steve. Next print, please. Judges are putting their scores in. Print scores 82. That's a semi-finalist. And we have a challenge from Kelly Tunney. She's on 88. Thanks, Kelly.
Oh, this is stunning. So beautifully lit, so beautifully printed. The composition just has such a simple balance. I mean, we're not working with a lot of elements here, and that's what I love about it so much. It just has a very Mapplethorpe-like quality about it. It's something sort of feminine and beautiful. It's just the right balance of everything, and it's just such a joy to just sit here with it. And I don't want to say I just like it because I like it, but it just has such a simple quality to it, and it's been very well executed.
Thanks, Kelly. Let's go to Andrew on 75.
Yeah, look, I have no particular dislike for this image. I think it's been professionally crafted and well lit, and reminds me vaguely of the sort of Western style, if you like. But I'm going to need a little bit more education, if I can, to get up to that semi-finalist range.
Katie?
It's sculptural, and it also looks a little bit like a dancer. I think it's quite unusual to see like a branch just standing suspended, or there's something very unusual about this. And to me, it's that little tip of light of the bottommost leaf on the right there, and the tension that holds with the stem. It looks like legs dancing to me, and this beautiful shadow. And that's the part of the image that I'm drawn back to the most. I just think there's something so unique about this in terms of it being a botanical photograph, that I just, I find it really tantalising and evocative and very, very beautiful.
I'll add a comment. Just to, in your closing, if you could just address the heaviness of the shadows in terms of the discussion around the subtle, the soft, or the nature of the image, just some of the shadows. I'm just curious as to how you feel about that, but it's your closing.
Yeah, I must admit I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. Now, the more rounded sort of leaf at the top probably is a little bit muddy, I would say. The rest don't bother me so much, is that I can see enough detail, and it helps sort of balance out the right amount of highlights. Andrew, I don't know about education that I can give you in a technical sense, but to me, I enjoyed what Katie said about its femininity and a dancer like. It's an unusual structure and balance, and I do think it's just worthy of just nudging it a little bit more for its unique simplicity.
Well said. Okay, Kelly's on 88. You'll just re-enter that score, Kelly, and everyone else take on board the comments you've heard, and then rescore accordingly. Thanks. Print scores 85. Well done. Next print, please. Congratulations to the to the photographer.
There's a description.
Description.
Watch the birdie. Rigid and upright, don't move. A classic example of photography in its infancy.
Scores, thanks, judges. Print scores 83, semi-finalists, well done. There's a nice spread of scores, but 83 was smack in the middle of that, obviously, or close to. Let's get a comment from Belinda.
Beautifully executed. I really enjoyed this image. I love the tonality, and I think that the treatment that it's been given is perfect for the image that it's applied to.
Thank you. Next print, please. Print score is 77. Again, all judges fairly consistent in that area. I'll get a quick comment if I can, please, from Kelly. If the judges look like they're dozing off, I'll ask them for a comment. I was joking, Kelly.
Well, good thing I missed it, so I didn't hear that. I just, up close, it's just some finesse. There's just some details really right in the middle that have just been a bit lost, a bit muddy, and just attention to the balance with the top and bottom, slightly different colour tones. Maybe that was what they were going for, but finesse. Let's pay a bit more attention to some details in the middle.
Okay, thank you, Kel. We might have a judge change. I'll give Katie a rest. And could I have Peter Rossi back, please? Can I have the next print, please, while Peter sorts his phone?
You right, mate?
Again, he's not checking his emails. He's actually logging in and getting ready to score.
Sure, you want the two best shirts in the room sitting side by side?
Well, they're not.
So, Katie, just wait 1 sec, Peter. You might struggle to get in for a sec. Yeah. All right, you should be good now.
Refresh.
Okay, let's have a look at this print.
Oh, there's a description too. Sorry. Can I do that before one person's entered their score? An artist starts at a place in time flat and ready to let creative juices flow through motion, thought, and creates beautiful masterpieces of vibrance and colourful energy in their creation.
Print score is 76. All judges fairly close, bar one. We have a challenge from Peter on 82. Thanks, Peter.
This, to me, really sums up the whole painting experience. It describes to me how this artist works. Most of it's, the sharpest image is the contemplative stage, where she's analysing or planning. Then there's the doing and the franticness in the doing stage. It's excitement. She's so frantic, she's blurred out. The image is explosive. It's almost like it's exploding off. The use of the colour versus the black and white. It's like the mental side of image making is the black and white, but the actual doing, that's the fun, that's the excitement, and that's where the excitement is. So I was quite surprised to not see other people up there with me in the semi-finalist range.
Okay, let's talk to Steve. He's in 72.
Yeah, I see exactly what you see, Peter, in terms of the story, and there's a beautiful run of time, and the photographer has displayed that really well. I feel what needs perhaps some attention is the creation of depth, maybe to finesse a little bit of lighting and areas to allow that print to come forward for me a little bit more.
Andrew, you look sort of high in that 70s.
Yeah, I really like Peter's interpretation of this. I think that helps. I'm also, having had a really good second look, I'd really like to have seen some lighting on the figure on the far right, the still starting point, if you like. It's really quite dull in the way that it's been lit, very, very flat. So if I had some depth there, I'd be right with you. I think your interpretation's terrific.
Peter?
Yes, I do agree lighting would have improved this. It would have taken your eye to a starting point, a finishing point, and maybe taking a little bit of the brightness off the central T-shirt, which really is dead centre pretty well and is pulling your eye. But it's the, so yes, areas where it could definitely be improved, but it's the way they've almost given it a spiritual quality. They've elevated painting and art to a whole different dimension. It's like, it's the whole cycle. And I do start with her at the start. What am I going to do? Go through, she does it, and then looking at it, have I done it well? I think we can take it up higher.
All right, thank you, Peter. You can re-enter your score of 82. Judges, take on board the comments and rescore, please.
Peter, did you re-enter your score?
Yes.
The same score? Yeah, you've done. Thank you. 79.
Score 79. That's still a good move. So well done, mate. Yeah, it is heading in the right direction. It will go for review. So it's still hanging in there. Well done. All right. We'll have our. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay, I'm just going to do a bit of a quick judge change of a few judges. I'm going to get Andrew to take a break, and Peter, you're going to take a break again. I know you haven't been here for long. And also Kelly, and if I can bring back for Ian and Katie. Hang on, don't disappear too quick. Just make sure I've got enough judges. Someone's missing. Kelly, you stay there, please. Katie and Andrew, thank you. Oh, I've got one, thank you. We'll have the next print, please. Sorry about that, ladies.
You're completely fine. Change the judges. Yeah. This is the two girls. So Peter's in. Oh, Peter. Hang on, Katie, can you just hold fire just a second? Just don't score yet. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you should be able to now. If you can't, just refresh your screen.
Chris is trying to get in.
Print scores 86, high semi-finalists. And all fairly consistent there. Can I get a comment, please, from Steve?
Beautifully delicate printed fantasy realm. One thing that really intrigued me about this particular image is that even though it's a human form, the human eyes don't exist. So I've interpreted it as an elegant swan in a barren wasteland. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Thanks, Steve. Next print, please. Congratulations. I think that's one of our higher prints today.
interesting, Chris. That last little one.
Image scores 79. And go for review. But I'm going to challenge that. I think when we look at our scoring ranges, I'd like the judges to have another comment or have another little look, another chat about the. I'll just read out the range for the next bracket. Strong visual, emotional, or emotional impact. Sorry. Superior level of narrative interpretation of a subject, aesthetic expression. Very high level of technique, post-production skill, and image quality. Very high standard for a professional client or self-commissioned work. Again, we're sort of sitting around a close bracket. I'll see if we can go one way or the other right now. So I'm going to ask for a couple of comments from people, maybe 3 of you if you wish. Anybody has something to add? It doesn't matter whether it's supporting, you know, what you see about this image. Belinda, thank you.
This is really sweet, but the one thing that mainly held me back, I'm at a 78, and was the lack of detail in the chicken. I couldn't see the details there. It feels really kind of muddy. And then the legs on top of the egg were also a little bit hard. It took me a while to find them, to be honest. So, yeah, that's what kept me down.
Okay. Anybody else have some more comments? I'm going to drag them out of it if I can. Katie.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I scored at 84, so I was sitting at the top there, and I do really. I think this does demonstrate a really high level of skill, but there were a couple of technical things for me that were similar to what Belinda just said, but also I just find that the baby's face is maybe a little too bright, and that if there was a bit more sort of evenness between the two subjects, it would have. I would have brought it up even higher.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything to add? Christopher?
And if the egg has exploded to that dimension, it would make sense that the person who was heating it would fall off, not somehow. It doesn't even look like flying off. The legs are like frog's legs. So it would make more sense if the animal was actually being displaced in another way.
Okay, good. All right, well, we've had a look at it. We've had a chat. I'll just get you to re-enter your scores as you see fit. You can stay the same or change as you want. Image is 80, semi-finalists. Well done. May I have the next print, please?
There's a description.
Thank you. Is description coming?
Be might.
That was B.
Be might.
How do you spell might?
M-I-T-E.
Print score 77.
Okay.
You can if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Challenge from Steve Scalone, 83.
So I did score it a semi-finalist range. It's deceivingly simple in terms of its composition, but if you have a closer look at the depth that's been created within the print, the background isn't meant to be purely black, but the actual might is a deeper, darker feeling. So this is perhaps an expression of macro photography. It's simple, it's beautifully balanced, and it really is beauty in the simplicity.
Thanks, Steve. Katie?
To me, it looks as though it's been put on that background, and that's disconcerting to me because there's a sharpness, that's sort of an over-sharpening to my eye around the sharp elements. Particularly, I can see it around the edges, all the edges, maybe not so much the head, but definitely around the bottom parts. It looks a little bit like a photoshopping issue. I do find it really interesting to look at. Macro photography is, hugely fascinating because we love to see things that we don't normally see. And I get that intrigue and a beautiful palette, but those technical things just let it down for me.
Kelly?
Yeah, I wanted to see less of the background, to be fair. I would have liked the might to be a little bit bigger. There's just too much darkening in the background. Plus, I did give it 78. Still listening, perhaps, but I just enjoy that there's another face from back here. It looks actually like something that's smiling back at me. But I would have loved that to be a little bit bigger, for the detail.
Mm. Yeah, and agreed. It almost looks like an embossed kind of effect that's happening. I do feel that that's deliberate from the photographer, and it's an image that's mirrored, so I don't feel that it's a realistic macro image at all. It's an interpretation of it.
Thanks, Steve. All right, you could re-enter your score, please, Steve, of 83. Everyone else can reconsider if they choose to.
Steve, you have to re-enter yours. Did you put that in? Yeah.
79.
79. There you go. Go for review. Next pen, please.
There's a description.
Description.
Heartbreak under Armageddon skies, a reflection on the devastation after major bushfires. Coming.
82 semi-finalists. Katie's challenged it at 88.
I did.
Oh, did you? Who put 88?
I did. Yeah, this one.
Okay, so it's back to front. Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
So Steve, I saw you move, and I thought it was. But anyway, go for it.
It feels nice to be up there with a couple, which is great. The actual mood of this is absolutely exquisite. There's no element within this composition that isn't or hasn't been thought of. So even that lone tree where you might feel that is perhaps creating tension, that's exactly what it is doing. It's creating that tension of this barren, horrible kind of disaster that's happened.
Let's go to Kelly.
We just had an error from the internet error, so we'll just make sure that everything
Challenging environment to be in and to be in that landscape and photograph anything. Just that the up close, the added, I'm assuming, free phrase. The smoke that's been added in the centre there and off to the right just hasn't been done particularly well up close. That was probably the main thing that brought my score down.
Okay, well there is support. Let's look next to you at Katie.
I feel like this is a creative interpretation of the landscape, and so for that reason I don't mind that there are elements that don't quite look real. It reminds me of a particular Australian painter whose name has completely gone. Russell Drysdale, that's it. It came, yes. It's like one of his paintings, you know, the scenes from one of his paintings was kind of burnt and then put into a modern setting or something like that. It doesn't look like a real landscape, although I believe that, you know, it could be. And so for that reason, those kind of little elements don't bother me as much. There's a feeling, there's a mood, there's a narrative, there's a quality to this which is sort of outside our world, and that's one of the things I love the most about it. So yeah.
Thanks, Katie. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, I think Katie put it beautifully. Just to address the blue smoke, or that neutral looking smoke, when you do burn timber, I feel that is kind of the most realistic part of it, where the actual smoke appears blue. And I think it's a beautiful detail of that interpretation as well.
Thanks, Steve. You'll hold your score, re-enter at 88, and everybody else can take on board what they've heard. And scores 83. Semi-final. And we'll have another judge change. I might get Katie and Kelly to have a seat and bring back Peter Rossi and Mandarin, please. So we're doing the creative category, sponsored by Godox Lights, Godox, and we're using one of their lights, I don't know, I feel guilty, I don't know what type of light that is. It's a tube light, which can be adjusted to all sorts of colour temperatures and dim to all sorts of levels, which is perfect for what we're doing because we can dial in the right colour temperature and get the light settings right. But the next print, please. Thank you. Print scores 85, solid semi-finalists. Well done. Everybody's pretty much smack bang in the range. You can have a comment. Just a comment.
It's a beautiful pre-Raphaelite interpretation. You've got a beautiful black line running down certain edges of her face to give definition that's gorgeous, almost an engraving. The thing that fails It's where the wings attach to the body. And I know it's an incredibly hard thing to do, but that's the fail in this photo. Otherwise it'd be gold for me.
Yeah, quickly.
The element that was holding me back was the over detailed wings. There's no need for them to be so detailed. You can see every little dendril, if that's the right word, in the feathers. And so therefore it's taking my attention to how well the feathers have been captured and portrayed to it, rather than the extreme beautiful emotion of the things that are going through this young ballerina's mind. So I felt that pulling away, and that even softening some of that detail in the wings, I feel would improve and bring your attention back to the girl.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. It's good feedback. Next print, please.
There's a description.
Description.
The father is in the police force and wanted an image of his baby on his hat, which I did as a composite.
'72. Commended. Well done. We'll have a quick comment, please, from Belinda.
Sweet little image. I'm sure the parents absolutely love this image. However, what brought it down for me is how heavy-handed that black background is, and then the overly lit baby as a contrast. It's just a bit much, but a couple of tweaks would make this lovely.
Thank you, Belinda. Next print, please.
There's a description.
We have a description.
Illustrative still life to champion and preserve the delights of nature.
Print score 79.
Yeah.
That was a challenge from Steve on 85.
The actual technique is beautifully defined through this. I feel that the narrative is really there, and the reason why I didn't go up even further was perhaps some of the technical issues other judges have seen. The actual description really fits what's actually happening here, and it's a very difficult paper to print on as well, so technically it's a bit of a challenge to get that much depth and detail within that.
Okay, let's have a listen to Peter on 75.
As much as I enjoy the narrative, the archway pulling me through, the noise just didn't sit with me. The over-grained graininess of the image stopped me from really getting into the details. I'm looking at it on the screen from a distance and I'm seeing a black and a strong edge there, whereas here I'm feeling a fuzziness and that's spoiling it for me. Otherwise, I do enjoy the narrative.
Okay. Yeah, you speak with respect, Chris.
It's a homage to Fox Talbot and the wax negative, where there wasn't a negative that was formed on plastic cellulose. It was actually formed on paper that was absolutely soaked in so that it became translucent. That's why the patterns over it, even the archway, is a homage to the way Victorians would have presented picture books of journeys that they'd undertaken or objects they'd seen. The only reason I didn't go any higher is it actually probably works against your subject in giving us a bit of detail and texture. But I think it's an incredibly executed piece of homage.
I'll just add a comment that one of the beauties of our craft is that we constantly present it with different types of papers, and this is a paper that has quite a unique, how do I put it, level of reflectivity in its nature, in what it's made up of, and so we need to take into account what can look like 20 years ago one thing is a completely different technique and effect now. So just be aware of that as well, Steve.
Yeah, just in comment to the graininess, that is actually the texture of the paper soaking the kind of ink through. It's kind of like a washy Japanese type paper, and I feel that it's a very deliberate choice from the photographer to marry it with what's actually happening with the actual subject itself. Essentially, we're teetering on the brink of commendment to semi-finalists, so just coming up a little bit more would actually, I feel, place it where it should be.
Okay, so you'll hold your score at 85, and everyone else can take on board what they've heard and comment, judge accordingly.
Can we just refresh if we're not?
Yeah.
Should be good now.
Sure.
Print score's 82. He's a semi-finalist. Now have the next print, please. And I'm going to just step out for 5-10 minutes and give Kelly Brown is going to Kelly Brown is going to come in. Those who don't know Kelly's one of the world's greatest baby and portrait photographers, one of the best instructors in the world, and she's also a great panel chair. Plus she dresses immaculately.
Clap her in?
Yes, definitely.
Judges, do you want water? Does anyone want water?
Hello. Oh my God, it's so quiet in here. Everyone stand up for a second. Check you all out. Please stand up. Let's do some squeezing.
Anyone else? My plastic one down.
I'm not touching you. Don't squeeze more.
Oh yeah, don't
Do you want it to see? I don't know if the handlers will, but I'm not sure if they. I don't know if they prints, but just I'm not sure if they will, but just ask them. You guys okay? Thanks.
My apologies, I just need to get my glasses because my eyesight is not the way it used to be. That's why I made you stand up. Alrighty, hi everyone.
Kelly will tell you when there's a description and we'll read it for you, but so we'll tell you that, and if the score doesn't come up quickly enough, then we'll whisper this to you, but generally it's coming up faster now.
Alrighty, have a seat. Come on. Chit chat. Alright, let's go with our next print, please. I can't see you down there with these on.
description, by the way.
A passionate pilot for 30 years. In 2020, he was suddenly made redundant, and after his final flight was cancelled, his uniform was returned, his wings were packed away, and his future life was without purpose. No farewells.
All right, we have. Oh, okay. Oh, because we are online, aren't we? All right, I thought I was big and loud. We have a score of 80. This is a semi-finalist. All right, now I may get some names incorrect, but Steve, can I get a comment from you, please?
Absolutely. Beautiful concept. Perhaps some elements might needed to be edited in order for this print to come up higher, and perhaps revisiting the paper choice to really bring out the depth and contrast.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Peter.
If I could just add, I feel with a little more interesting lighting, I feel it would have become so much stronger. The storyline is wonderful, and the downward motion of it's just getting too much, talking too much, but the aeroplanes is wonderful. But for his face to be turning away from the light and the action that's just kicking off the side of his face, I'm finding brilliant. That's the past life, the excitement of being a pilot, but having it so well lit coming from the left, I'm feeling that's not in balance with the emotion and the storyline and the very brightly lit hand that's holding the cap. So by darkening down or less light coming from the left, how much more powerful and more emotion would be felt for the situation?
Oh, yeah, excellent. Thank you so much, Peter, because all of that feedback is going to be so beneficial. We are a semi-finalist, but imagine taking all of that on board and just seeing what else could be achieved. Thank you so much. Next print, please.
There's a description. Melbourne in isolation, a record of my daily walks during lockdown.
All right, judges, we have a score of 88. So when we look at that scoring range from 80 to 89, that is sitting so high up there in that semi-finalist range, which is pretty incredible there. I might actually grab a comment from you, Manda.
It can be contested.
Oh, it
Because
can
it's
be
in the 90s.
contested. And I can see Christopher's hand up. Thank you so much, Christopher.
This takes planning. This takes execution. Honestly, we had nothing else on our mind, but you've actually gone out there and used your time. It shows the joy. I know that sounds crazy, but I've had clients say the joy of the lockdown. It started off, we've got time on our hands, we can do stuff. And then we misuse time, we get slightly angry about it. But towards the end, the colour just drains because we've done all the things we wanted. It's like getting too much of what we want until it does feel imprisoning. And so the imagery goes from joyous activities with bright colour all the way through as the winter of this lockdown is now becoming oppressive, and East German almost at the end. The shapes you've decided in the last two rows are not pleasant shapes in the large, they're memories.
Yeah. Peter.
Yes, I agree with everything said there, and I can really feel the desperation in the gradation of this person's emotions, from full colour and yes, the freedom, to almost lock down, lock up. Beautiful colour ranging through the rainbow, so feeling all the emotions of the human psyche. Thank you, over there. And even the placement of the wordings, just the little bits of pavement, whatever. The instruction, the being told what to do. There's things like, watch, stand, load, where to do this, where not to do that. It's very powerful. It takes you on a journey, and I want to know, where's it going? What next? It's really been well put together.
Yeah, Belinda.
Yeah, I adore this. This image makes me want to spend a lot of time just going through and inspecting each frame. It's, the colour, the changing from the colourful to the desaturation. Obviously, as we go through lockdown, what a great way of displaying how we probably all felt, especially if you do live in Melbourne. We did long-suffering Melburnians there. This is fantastic. I cannot fault this at all.
All right, Mandarin, yeah.
It's pretty rare that you see something as mundane as pavements look so exquisite, and this image has done all of that. The only thing that I could say where it let down for me slightly was reading left to right. I would have loved to have seen a sort of more of an exclamation mark in that lower right image, perhaps one of the other images, to really make a statement about what the whole image meant.
Yeah, thank you. Christopher, would you like to reply?
What we're witnessing is the emotional seasons of a person, a creative person, a very creative person, who this is the worst form of torture for them, because they've done all they wanted to do, probably by a third in, and now they're looking for more imagery, and they're running out of inspiration because they're being taxed by the moment. And by the season, you can see it goes from the autumn through to the harsh winter. And I had to say, it doesn't need resolution. We don't need to know this person came out the other side, even when the lockdown came out, because it says so much more emotionally about a person who's trapped, a creative person who's trapped. This is the best thing we've seen today. This should be in the highest category.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, judges. We are currently sitting at 88 as a semi-finalist, and we are being asked to consider going up into that next range of excellent, exceptional visual and emotional impact when we are considering our scoring range.
Christopher, did you put your score back in?
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed to change it, am I?
No.
That's good. I thought I'd guessed what I...
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 93.
I know your buddies make me look like a nasty.
Do you know, Christopher's saying, you know, he's the lowest scorer now and he was the challenger, so...
Sorry.
He feels like he's let the photographer down. However, a score of 93 is exceptional, so very, very well discussed, and all of your points, your conversation will definitely be appreciated. Thank you so much. Next print, please. All right, thank you. Kelly Tenney, can I get you to jump on, please? We're just doing this one?
Just one. So she uses that device then.
Oh, Kelly, I put your name in if you want to use your own device.
Okay. What is this one?
Well, it's under Belinda's name, so I've just used it so that we're keeping track of who's judging.
Hold position. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. We have another semi-finalist. I might actually grab a comment if I can from you, Steve.
Certainly. A beautiful composition. The colour palette is really exquisite. The way it kind of ombres from the teal down to the red. Almost pushing limits of the file in terms of the print. There's some artefacts just starting to appear, which is why I didn't perhaps go a little bit higher, but beautiful work.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next print, please.
Just give us a second. We'll have to put you back into the system. You press OK. And then you're going to have to add Linda back in. I'll add you in as we go.
Oh, there's no need to do.
Won't be set.
Score that one. No.
Good to go. Come across.
Our judges are taking in every single pixel that has been printed on that piece of paper.
Steve, your phone lights on.
Oh, my apologies.
There's always a shining light.
Might drain the battery.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. Well done. Now, Peter, you were up there for a little while. Let me hear what you were enjoying so much.
Yes, I'm enjoying this picture more standing back than going in close. The nostalgic quality of the whole image, that pastel type sky, beautiful, and the clouds beautifully placed. But when I get in there, I find in close, and not all pictures are meant to be studied from in close. Maybe some are better enjoyed on a gallery wall and standing at a distance. The overlay texture I found distracting, and the deterioration of the resolution in the background tree and the background scarecrow tree, I felt brought the picture down. Maybe I'm not into pianolas, but I love the idea of the old piano being placed out in the yard, or that's where it lives now. But the thing growing out of it, I am questioning: is that a piano part? Is it a plant element? And they weren't like mystery enhancing questions I was asking. It was taking me away from the narrative of the picture. So from a distance, I absolutely loved it. Up close, I felt the details were just too in your face, too distracting. And I could look at it for quite a while because it's quite a memory-evoking image. It takes you back to
Thank
when
you.
you were that old.
Yeah, Mandarin, very quickly.
Just really quickly, if the photographer could revisit this and have a look at how they've interpreted the rope around the cloud, which is quite sharp compared to the fuzziness, the ethereal nature of the cloud, because it just doesn't feel like it's actually wrapped around the cloud. So if they can revisit that, that would definitely bring points up.
So we've heard quite a few comments there, and normally we don't do this when we're all sort of somewhat close, but we are sort of sitting just on the edge of the semi-finalist category. And as your chair, I'm actually going to ask you to come up and just take one more look at this and then provide another score for the judge. Because when we start to look at images and we find little areas that would require some adjustments, some improvement, and then we look at our judging criteria, we do need to assess where we sit that score within that category.
We might need to write it down.
Sorry, can we?
Go, what happens if you say go back? If you just press back.
I don't want to.
We just might need assistance. Can we see if there's?
So we're just waiting for a little technical assistance here with our system.
We'd already entered the scores because it had been finalised, and then now we've gone one further forward, so we need to know how we
So
can go
what
back.
we're looking at here is our judging criteria. Having a look at these cards, reading through them is an excellent way to remind us of where we sit images within our scoring range. So we're not just picking a score, a number out of 1 to 100. There's a lot of careful consideration that goes into these. Just one moment, Christopher.
And now we've got to reload.
Just hold fire, guys.
Yes. So we're just waiting for the
We have a technical
online
issue.
system. While we wait for that, Mandarin, would you like to make a comment? I was going to wait until after, or if you'd prefer, do you want to wait till after we score, maybe? Yeah, no, let's wait then. Yeah, because I think everyone's ready to lock in their score, so we'll wait. Yeah, no, my apologies.
We had finalised the score. It's not to this image, it's the one previous. So can we...
Kelly, you're doing a talk tomorrow afternoon. What's it on?
Oh, I'm just going to edit some photos if anyone wants to come watch. It's always fun. I did a talk this morning. No. I'm going to be having a little fun, creating something different, I suppose. Won't be a baby photo for anyone making an assumption. I just did a talk earlier. It was wonderful to see lots of people. We even had, I think, I don't know how old she was. She was like 10 years old, my youngest ever attendee to a talk.
Okay, so
it was very good. She loved it. But we have some amazing speakers happening over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. If you are listening online, please come join us. It's a lot of fun. There's some amazing photographers here that love to have a chat.
Hang on.
Yeah. All right, so because we are having a bit of a technical challenge here with our system,
They've got a piece they can't.
we're going to hand our judges a piece of paper each. They're going to put their score down and we're going to calculate that manually and then enter it in when we have some assistance. So that we can keep rolling here.
Thank you.
The reason that we do this for our prints is to make sure that we are giving the best evaluation we can. All right, thank you, judges. All right, thank you, judges. We do have a change in score. It is now a 79, so it's a commended image, which is still a high level of execution.
Plus it goes to review.
And plus it will go into review. Mandarin, can you make a comment, please?
Don't get me wrong, this image is actually quite stunning to look at. It's the technical issues that have brought it down for me. Have a careful look to the photographer at the cloud on the right especially. It looks like it's quite far back in the background and yet the piano hanging from it is way in the foreground. That's the first thing. The second thing is the rope around that cloud seems to be cut before the edge of the cloud. So there's technical issues with the ropes around the cloud that the photographer could really improve and the image would come right up in score.
Yeah, and when we are looking at placing an image within the category and we're looking at that very high standard of professional practice, coming in and looking at things like that, as well as some of the little haloing and artifacts that are in around the trees and different elements, can, be that matter of that extra point. So something to consider. Well done. Thank you so much. We, I think, are going to do a little judge change, so if we could take that print down before we put the next print up. And because I jumped into the room and wasn't aware who had been on for how long and all of that kind of stuff, Tony, do you have any preferences to doing a little rotation?
No, let's mix it up.
All right.
I can do
Yep.
a toilet break.
Absolutely.
I
And
just
Peter?
need to check. We're having lunch in about 20 minutes or so. So if you can, those of you can bear for it that long, let's just have a quick look because we have people. Just have the right orders.
Peter and Steve.
Yep. Okay, that's
You also have to hang on to those.
Okay, Katie, can I get you to come in for Steve, and Andrew, can you come in for Peter, please?
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Tony's back.
All right, good to go? Yeah, next print, please. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly. We've got the aircon fixed. I took a break because it was getting a bit flat in the room, and I thought I need some fresh air in here, and who better to bring fresh air than that lovely lady over to my left. She came in like a breath of fresh air, and that was good. So we'll keep it going like that, and we've got the aircon sort of back where it should be, because I think we'll get a little bit flat.
This one? It will. What's up?
Get your scores in as soon as you can, guys. We just need to refresh that screen.
Sorry. It's all right. You need to
You all
change.
good?
Pete.
You in?
No, you won't be able to get in yet.
Oh, okay,
Just have
sorry.
to wait a second, everyone.
Hold fire a minute,
Andrew won't be able to
Andrew, just
enter.
coming. You're right, go for it.
Okay. This print will be commended and gets a score of 77. I think we're all reasonably comfortable with that, are we? Well, please be quick if you want to. Would you like to? You happy? I'm going to challenge it because that wasn't fair on the person sitting at home going, that's my print, why didn't he challenge? And I took time to do it. And so we're going to have a challenge. I'm going to challenge it. We're going to have a little look at it. I'm going to get you to talk first, Andrew, because you felt obviously fairly solidly that this should have been a semi-finalist. Have a quick look, and then I'm going to ask for some comments. And while they're looking, Andrew, you can talk about why you felt it should have been a semi-finalist.
Okay. Really enjoying the colour palette. I think the colour palette is magnificent on this, and the harmony that I kind of get from that. With a little bit of a sort of a squint with your eyes, you could almost imagine this as being an aerial landscape, very subjectively, of course. But the joy of something like this abstraction, is that you can just look and admire them. And if you ever go into the Rothko room and the Tate Gallery, there's just big spaces of stuff that kind of are a little bit evocative of this. And it lets your mind wander and journey. And that's exactly what this photographer has presented us with, a journey in abstraction.
Thanks, Andrew. Mandarin, quick comment?
Well said, Andrew. I'm enjoying the way it feels like a paintbrush has swept paint, and you see the streaks on the left-hand side of the image. Where it lets me down is on the right-hand side. It tends to lose that detail. It goes a little muddy. I'm enjoying the colour palette, but that's where it lets me down.
Katie?
I agree with both of what you've both said. I kind of just want more from it. And I think this is one of the challenges with abstract images, is that it's nice to look at, and it can make you feel good if the colour palette aligns with, with your preferences. And I do feel that for this. But then I'm like, why and what? And there's not enough additional information to sort of take me on a journey or give me a story, and I feel like I really need that.
Thanks, Katie. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add to the conversation? Okay, Christopher, thank you. Something nice and brief.
These things are more successful when you do get a feeling of going behind in 3D. Your attempts at creating 3D where things fall behind are not utterly convincing, and it's probably one of the weakest examples of a square composition. This really should have more height. So there's your base, and it just exalts, because now it's just a square, which means it's sort of encapsulated. So that's why I didn't mark it higher.
Okay. Now, because I challenged it, everybody can rescore, including Andrew, but you've had a chance to have a chat about it and you've given it a fair hearing, so let's all just rescore, thank you. Now, mind you, you've got your little sheet, so if you're kind of trying to decide where it fits, have a little read. For those listening at home in Iceland, we are scoring from 50 to 100, which is a lot higher than the temperatures you're experiencing at the moment.
Yeah. I saw Joshua Holker water skiing in Iceland on Facebook this morning.
And this print
Sorry, mine's not. We're still waiting.
is evading Katie.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay?
Okay.
Print is a commended at 70, I'm going to guess around 78. 78. Well done. Awesome, that's good. All right, let's have the next print, please. So for those who are wondering why did I challenge it, it was mainly because there was a hesitation, and I know that sitting in the audience, it's not fair when people think, well, they're mucking around, what's going on? It wasn't a mucking around, we're just getting back into a rhythm. And as we do that, sometimes you feel like a print probably just needs to have a little bit more of an airing to get a fair hearing.
There's a description.
The description coming.
The wait. After the last breath has been taken, the seasons become long while waiting for the reunion.
Print scores 79. Challenge from Andrew Campbell on 87. Thank you, Andrew. You're very strongly in the opinion it's a semi-finalist.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen anything quite like this before, and I'm really moved a little bit by the story and the description. I think it works very well. There's a beautiful stillness to this image, and I guess it's a story of seasons where this is currently looking like it might be in autumn or fall for our American listeners, but perhaps where this bird is waiting for spring when it all sort of gets happening again and reunites. In addition to that, there's this quite interesting two-dimensional quality to this image that gives it kind of a woodcut feel. The placement of the bands of colour. It's very strong. The graphic elements are terrific. So let's go.
Thanks, Andrew. Mandarin.
It's an earth tone cubist piece of art. It's got almost a bit of a 70s vibe to it. The bird is perfectly placed. I'm intrigued by the composition. Where the image was let down for me slightly is you had so much opportunity in placing a tree that was quite remarkable. I find that the branches overlapping and that the shape of this particular tree a little unremarkable, whereas the little bird is just so perfect.
Okay, let's have a comment, please, from Belinda, who's on 79.
I agree pretty much with everything that Mandarin has just said. It's a great colour palette. I love the bird. The tree's just a little underwhelming. I'm just finding the impact of the image not quite up there for semi-finalist range.
Okay, we're going to come back to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Tony. I think
I just want to add one comment that remembering that the range of 70 to 79 is saying this is standard professional work or good professional work. So just take that into consideration when you're looking at something that I think somebody said is quite different. Andrew?
Yeah, this is a beautifully balanced piece, and it's completely original. And if we look very carefully, we can see a little leaf that's just dropped onto the ledge there as well to just lead the view back to the bird. It's a tree. I mean, trees don't have to be straight and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a little bit of sort of nature in there as well. So I'm very comfortable with the tree just as it is, folks, and I strongly encourage you to reward this with a semi-finalist.
Okay, Andrew, you'll re-enter 87. Everybody else can please enter their scores as they see fit. Of course, taking on board what you've heard and had a chance to consider. Print scores 82 is a semi-finalist. Well done. Thank you, judges. Just going to have a quick word from the Queen. Oh, that's not really a very good joke, is it? A moment's silence and reverence for that lovely lady who did pass. For those who didn't know, Queen Elizabeth passed away, and what an incredible reign she had, what an amazing woman she was. The world will be a poor place for her having left it.
Yeah.
Having said that,
It's not only named that because there's a few people I know that work harder than I do. So yeah, I do.
Okay. Rob.
Judges, just so you know, we're going to have a rolling lunch. So if you're currently not on the panel, go down to the judges' room downstairs, grab some food, bring it back up again. So as you roll on and off the panel, please do that over the next hour or so. And the same if everyone can, take a moment to go grab some food and then bring it back up at the same time. Tony will try and help you as well.
Yeah, I just asked that if you're not on the panel, you don't all go, because we will need one judge back up. So go one at a time, and I might get you, since you're closest to the back of the room, Peter, to disappear and have some lunch in a moment or whatever. And then when you come back, just let me know you're back in the room, okay? And that'd be great. All right, we'll have the next print, please. And congratulations to that person making semi-finalists. I quite like that image myself. Which Robin would have hated me saying.
That's critical judging language.
Well, I'm not judging. I'm just able to sit here and pass a nice. I thought that was a very pleasing. Caught my attention. Okay, next print, and let's go, judges. Let's get into this. We're going to keep judging through. What would have been a scheduled lunch break, we're going to use to catch up on our technical delays.
Do you want me to go?
There's some amazing people in this room, I can see.
Okay, don't do it right now. Or do you want to go right now? When do you want to go? Are you hungry?
Who's here? Steve's here. Good. Can you stay, Steve, for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Kelly.
No.
So you're going to grab your lunch and bring it back, Kelly? Yes. No, Kelly's going to go down, and then I'm going to go down.
There's no description, sorry.
So because we can't really eat here.
No description.
Thank you.
I can't really eat what I see.
No.
Sorry, mate. I was so used to sitting in the middle.
Okay, focusing judges, those who are on the panel, you're on in more ways than one. You have people listening as far away as Iceland. Scores are coming. I love seeing diversity in judging. Differences of opinion.
Got it.
And this print scores a very solid semi-finalist. However, I feel like we might be having a chat shortly. Is that correct, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir.
And we had a challenge from Mr. Campbell on 93, which is almost what we would call an automatic challenge. But, Andrew, you had the chance to tell everybody why you believe this image should be a finalist.
Well, there's extraordinary impact for this image for a start. Its graphic nature is so powerful, it just whacks you in the face. The joy of this process is we get up and have a really close look, and then we can see drifting figures. They're almost surreal. They're so soft and delicate. They're like dancing in the sandstorm, as it were. And there's a sort of an indigenous quality to them as well. Like, I can barely make it out, and I'd love to see it bigger, but as it is, I think it's quite a statement, I guess, on this land that we that we're privileged to live in, and the, what was the word you used, diversity of culture. You know, there's a lot happening here. And in addition to that, it's perfectly balanced and beautifully, the harmonious colour palette really sends that message back, and I'd like to commend the photographer for this one.
All right, Andrew. On the other end of the scale, we have Christopher Ian, who at the moment is sitting on 74.
I didn't see this as a success to the same extent anyway. The subjects, the Aboriginal people in it, are lit by a certain style of light that the tree certainly isn't, and the land they're standing on absolutely isn't. The land they're standing on doesn't even have the texture that the faces have to give you the sense of sand and dust. There's nothing being kicked up by the subject on the far right as he does his stance. And that hot bandwidth through the centre almost turns this into a flag. To me, it's not a success, it's more a construct.
Okay, there is a few people sitting up in the middle of, yep, thanks, Mandarin.
I think I will go up. What Christopher said is actually kind of hit the nail on the head, and I noticed it when I went back up. If you look at the colour of what they're wearing, it's actually the Indigenous flag, the colours. Where I was, and the background is that beautiful red ochre that is reminiscent of all the amazing rock formations in the red centre. So it pays homage in that respect. Where it let me down was I was actually trying to see if there was something in the man's arms, the 1 second from the right that's with the little boy, and that would have perhaps added to the story.
Thanks, Mandarin. And Andrew, we'll come back to you unless you ladies had something very strong to say. I'll just.
I have something that's
okay.
different.
Okay, just quickly, thank you.
There's a tension with the sky that's kind of putting me off. I'd love for someone to speak to that. Just how it's touching the top of the tree there. I think it would have more impact if the sort of lightness in the background continued right through to the top, because it's just, I know it pulls your eye down, but it just pulls my eye down to the tree and that dark shadow, and I find that it's taking me away from where I think the story is supposed to be.
Thank you. Andrew?
We are transient on this planet, and what I really like about this is that tree is so sharp and so solid and so grounded and so permanent, and yet the people are just kind of drifting in and out, and this is a little, almost like a memory of someone's life or their lives in a very painterly sense. And so that contrast, coupled with all the other references of flags and so forth that we've touched on, thank you, Christopher, that was good, you talked me up with that one. Look, no, this is a sublime image. I love the print quality of this is beautiful, and it looks better as a print than it does on the monitor. So I'm going to encourage you guys, come on, let's go. This is the finalist.
Okay, Andrew, if you resubmit 93, everybody else take on board what you've heard. Thank you. Print scores 88 and is a high semi-finalist. Well done. That's awesome. Good discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Next print, please. You realise everyone's going to get hungry, Peter, but that's what we need. That's good. Come in and eat, mate. Come in and eat.
There's a description for this one. There's a description.
We have a description.
In pursuit of Mr. Right.
It will be a semi-finalist with a score of 80. I might get a comment, if I could please, from Andrew, who's sitting on 80.
Yeah, and I would have loved to have gone higher with this had the had the floating suits in the background been a little more bit of movement in there, a little bit of subtlety there, because I guess the illusion of inside-outside here is almost well created, but what I'm left with is the lighting is very studio-y, but the background is not, and they just don't merge together quite as well as they could, for the amount of work that's gone into this and the beautiful styling, and the model's gorgeous and the background's great, but just the lighting there hasn't quite brought it together for me.
Connect subject with background. Okay. Thanks for your opinions. Let's have the next print, please. The tech is a little bit slow in communicating to the screens. That's why there seems to be the delay. So just working on that. But scores, thanks, judges. Print to the semi-finalist with a score of 81. Well done. Again, we have a fair level of consistency there. Technically you can't, but I'm going to challenge it for you, so there you go. I'll challenge it because you're so passionate about it.
Thanks, Tony.
I don't know why, so you go for it.
Okay, so there's a lot to look at here. There's an incredible amount of detail and technique on behalf of the photographer, which I find quite mind-boggling, exquisitely put together. The thing that I love the most is that it's reminiscent of a birth. So the gum nut or whatever it might be on the left there, it looks like a vagina. And then the baby's coming through and then nestled in this perfect little, it's just, there's so many layers to it, and pun intended. There's one thing that lets it down, and that is just there's a bit of a murkiness in the darks, and if that wasn't there, I would have put this in the finalist range. I think you need to take another look at just the exquisite detail, the conceptual storytelling element of this, and bring it up just a bit higher.
Okay, Andrew, and 73.
Yeah, I like Katie's interpretation there, because my original thinking of that was it was a little bit lacking in concept. But again, the thing that's holding me back on this one is the baby's face. It's dirty, flat and dull, and just not very pleasing to see. So I'm listening a lot if you can help me with that one.
Okay. Somebody seems to be interested. Christopher Ian's sitting up in the middle there, of babies.
This is one of the reasons this has been entered as a print. Digital representation's all out there, but here someone's chosen paper stock and printing style to give you the textures. The felt of that fur is now represented so beautifully because of a decision made by the creator of this print. While the digital representation's all out there, it's obvious. So I think that shows supreme intelligence to have printing stock to match subject.
Hey, Andrew.
I just
Who challenged? Sorry.
I challenged.
Oh, you challenged. Sorry, Katie, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you for adding that as well, Christopher. That's really great and hopefully helps my case here to bring it up a bit. As far as the baby's face goes, I don't see it as dirty, flat and dull. I think it's in keeping with the lighting across the image, but definitely your eyes are drawn to it. There's a bit more highlight on the baby's face to sort of pull you in. I think it's harmonious with the rest of the image, and perhaps if it was better lit, it might stand out too much and then take your attention away from reading the whole image.
Thank you, Katie. She's sitting up in the higher semi-finals. If you could re-enter your score of 86, and everybody else can take on board what they've heard and re-enter another score, or the same. It's up to you. It looks 83. So good semi-finals. Well done. Okay, next print, please.
Coming. Just hang on a second. It's just frozen.
The judges.
Hold fire, judges. Let's see. We might not be able to. If you can enter, it's fine. It just might it just did do a freeze. Yeah, oh, Mandy. Yeah, it's still deciding. So that's okay. I don't know why it's dropping out.
This is the creative category sponsored by Godox. And we are in Narry Wine, is that right? Bad for West Aussie, eh? Got it. 79. Very close, very close. I might think we'll have a quick chat, just get a couple of comments, and we're going to rescore, see if we can get close to it. It's 79. Can I hear from, let's hear from Andrew on 75. Then we might hear from...
My concern is the elements don't seem to tie together to convince me with the narrative that may be lurking in there, and as a result, I'm then left looking at the girl's expression and wondering why she has this look of absolute bewilderment there. So I'm sitting on the fence.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Katie, you're sitting a bit above the fence.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of intriguing, evocative beauty to this that there's a couple of little technical issues, but I can sort of forgive them because I'm really drawn in. I'm drawn into the expression. I'm drawn into the detail in the background. I'm someone who likes for things to make sense. This doesn't entirely make sense, and I don't mind. And so that tells me that my instincts are correct and it should be in semi-finalist.
Okay, does anyone else have... Yes, thanks, man.
What brought this image down for me was the technical aspects of it. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more crispness in that parched landscape that's making the overlay, along with the skeletons look very sort of patched on. Interestingly, I have seen something that I'm not sure the others have seen. There looks like a little bean or a little shoot in the lower right of the image that may add some element to the story of new birth, of death. So have a look at that and see what you think.
Okay, does anyone have any comment to add to what they've heard? No? Okay, so taking on board the comments, and we're talking concepts, we're talking impact, we're talking editing technique, crafting the print, all of that, bring it together, and what is our score? We'll get you to rescore. Thank you. So nobody holds their old score unless they choose to deliberately. And 79, but we learnt something. That's the important thing. We got some nice comments out of everybody. Thank you. Next print, please. And it'll get reviewed. By the same people.
We have a description with this.
Have a description?
This newborn is lying inside a belly cast I did for her mum of a few weeks before her birth.
Judges. Print is a commended at 75, right in the middle of commended. Let's have a quick comment, if we could, please, from Mandarin. No? We'll go to Belinda. Thank you, Belinda.
This is a sweet image. I like the concept of having the baby in the belly cast. I found the cropping of the top of it, cutting off that top bit of the belly cast, a little bit off-putting, and the posing of the baby. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a baby person, but the baby does look quite awkward.
Yeah, perhaps that top arm is just a little bit
yeah,
up there and
yeah.
laid a little
That's
better.
it. Other than that, I really like the tonality of the image and the colour palette.
Go and have a look at some more of Kelly Brown's tutorials. Next print, please.
No description. Thank you, judges. Print scores 85 as a semi-finalist. Well done. Let's get a comment from somebody who seemed to like that. That was Belinda. Tony.
Yes?
That scored 83.
Did it? Oh, I'm sorry. It
Sorry,
was
we missed a
83.
score.
Right, there we go. 83. Semi-finalists, that's good. No, you can't. Everybody's sitting close to that bar one, but below it, so we're happy with that. Yes, Christopher? No, I was going to get Belinda to comment, because she loved it.
Okay. This image just gives me this really melancholy feeling, and the colour tones in that, and the way the palette's been used, the painterly feeling, it's all about memory, and I even sort of get isolation feelings from it. I just think this is great. I actually really would like to have challenged this to go up even higher. I was probably a bit stingy, to be honest. But yeah, love to hear if anyone's got something else to say.
Yeah, if you've got something to add, keep it brief. Thank you.
At the end of a Western, the titles come up and they go to that stretched human being look, and that's what I'm getting here. The child's leaving the childhood and moving into the next stage, so it's the end of the movie.
Okay. Thank you. Next print, please. Oh, actually, before we can get the next print ready, but I'll do a judge change. Just we've got some people who've had some lunch, get some more. So Peter and Kelly, if you'd like to come in for Christopher and Mandarin, please. We'll have the next print.
There's a description.
Description?
Overwhelm, tiredness, uncertainty, fear, and all this, and at the centre of it all, a peaceful newborn sleeps, oblivious to all the chaos his first-time parents face.
Thanks, judges.
The board's asked for me to read. Hey,
Just refresh it if it's not working.
I did that and it's kicked me out. Yes, just I'm having to go all the way back to my origin. It's a long way. Which war was that?
10,000 years gives you such a crick in the neck. The anticipation, the power of silence, the deafening roar of nothing. This print will be a commended print with a score yet to be determined, but showing up any moment now. 77. Well done. And there is an opportunity there for Belinda to challenge it. I'm going to encourage you to challenge this because it has been sitting there. And I'd just like to add, oh, no, you go.
Yeah, so this image, initially I walked up to it and was like, whoa, what's going on? I'm never going to be able to read all of that, and that's hurting my eyes. But then the description was read, and I picked out the word chaos, and that's exactly what this image portrays, the chaos of motherhood. My sister's just become a new mum, and this is exactly what I imagine her brain looks like at the moment, on all the mums forums and everything, with everybody telling you what to do, how to do it, what's best, and there's so much information, and nobody actually has it right. It's all subjective, but you're trying your best, and then there's this little baby who is just sleeping peacefully. Just, yeah, oblivious to the chaos that it has caused to the family that it has just arrived in. I really enjoy this image. I think it deserves the points for the impact that it has created, and I think it's portrayed the narrative really well. So yeah, come up with me, please.
Katie?
Yeah, conceptually I really like this. There's a combination of order and chaos together, which is actually what it's like to have a newborn, where you're sort of following routines and trying to have some normalcy around life and eating and sleeping and showering, but you can't. And so I appreciate that in the image. But I think what sort of puts me off is the baby in the centre. That it seems like there are other ways that baby could have been represented that would have made it more powerful to me. The fact that the baby's sleeping, I feel like maybe it should be crying. Maybe that would be too obvious. I'm not sure. And I don't want to sort of take away from what's clearly very well thought out on behalf of the photographer. But for me, there's just a bit of a discordance there with that choice that I'm finding hard to sort of, reconcile.
Peter, you're at 78. You're at the other end? Or in the middle, sort of?
78. Well, I'm actually glad I'm sitting down now, because that psychedelic twisting, it really just keeps catching your eye and revolving you around and around. And I love the principle of the image, but I feel it's just too chaotic, too distracting. That tractor tyre type pulling me around and around, but it's a very modern, novel way of getting a point across. And so, like in an advertising type way, it's doing what it's meant to do. It's disturbing me a little bit and giving me an inkling into the parents' state of mind. So I think I could go to 80.
I'm just going to add, before we go back to you, that for me, to add my thoughts on this, I think this is a great example and interpretation of the chaos that surrounds a newborn baby, and given that in the description that it's a first-time parents, visually very strong. You've mentioned impact, you've mentioned it getting into your head, you've mentioned order amongst chaos, which is what a mother has to do. So in terms of visual communication, this image is very strong. There's a strong colour palette, and in the middle of all of what goes on in this newborn baby's life, it sits peacefully, but it's always at the centre of that chaotic universe. So in terms of narrative, I think this is very powerful. So that's just my thoughts on this. Back to you.
Yeah, look, you've pretty much summed it up for me, Tony. The impact of this is crazy. The psychedelic wheel thing, yes, it hurts your eyes, but it's meant to. It seems to be going in two different directions at the same time, and I mean, it's just what I imagine your brain is like. Like, I'm only just an auntie, and I feel that. So, imagine what the mum's feeling for the first time, and I think it really gets that across. And I agree with everything Tony just said. The colour palette is fantastic, and the impact is just worth awarding. And I cannot see any major technical problems with it to bring it down and keep it in that commended. It should be semi-finalist at least.
Okay, now judges, you all get the chance to rescore. Belinda, you'll have to put your same score in, which was...
Yeah.
Thank you, judges.
Pressed. Yeah.
We have an 80.
Yeah.
Semi-finalist. Well done.
Tony.
Please. We'll get our scores in, judges. And keep it moving along. We would normally take a lunch break, but due to some of the technical hitches and slowdowns, we're a little bit behind, so we will try to catch up. The judges are putting their scores in quickly. Of course, we're still going to make sure every print gets its due consideration, so that might mean we run a little bit slower, but we'll try to catch up that time as we go and still do the right thing by everybody. Print score's 71 and is a commended, and I'll get a quick comment, if I can, please, from Peter. Just a brief one, Pete.
Does that mean I don't usually do brief? The sky seems a little bit too homogeneous in that it's, I almost think it's been pushed that way to keep the oversaturated feel to it. I just feel an unnaturalness about the image and an over-sharpened feel about the image. And it's not taking me a little any further than this is an illustration of some housing in that suburb.
Perfect. Thanks,
so I'd
Brent.
like to take it further.
Thanks, Brent, please. Thank you, judges. Get those scores in. This print will be a commended print with a score of 74. Let's have a very quick comment from Kelly, please.
Yeah, just the highlight coming from that book is just really overpowering in the overall image. Just, again, perhaps just a little bit too contrived with just trying to give too much in that one frame for us, but bring down those highlights and then bring up the other parts, perhaps.
Shadow detail.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please.
There's a description of this one.
We have a description.
A winged spirit brings nourishment to quench its forlorn habitat. I'll read that again. A winged spirit brings nourishment to quench its forlorn habitat.
Thank you, judges. Print score 75, right in the middle of commended. Let's get a quick comment, if we could, please, from Kate.
I would consider losing the tree and the little bush over on the right-hand side. I think those two things are a bit distracting. The cloud formation, the tonal range, the texture, the story behind this is really quite beautiful.
Next print, please. Thank you, Katie. Just while they're judging that, if anyone's interested, the coffee van that's out the front, that's making those amazing coffees, is leaving in 45 minutes. So if you did want to grab a coffee or chai latte, which is what I drink, so don't laugh. And I have an oat milk chai latte. That'll be leaving in 45 minutes, so make sure you get down there and grab one of those amazing hot drinks. Thank you, judges. We'll get some scores in. And we look like we're heading towards a semi-finalist here with a score of 82. Well done, everybody. Very much there. And it's over. I think this is up your alley, Andrew.
Well, I do like jets, so, you know. And it's a unique interpretation of 3 china ducks on the wall. It's terrific. Nicely done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print is going to be commended with a score 74. Let's have a comment, please. I'm going to get a comment from Andrew of something that could be done, or the photographer could do to improve this image. Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, just a little. I find that it's a little detached. There's a lot of work, perhaps overwork, done to the print that has sort of detracted a little bit from the realism that could be there, and perhaps some thought given to lighting would be useful.
Thanks, Andrew. Next print, please. Now, who hasn't had lunch?
You.
Everyone.
Infrared light is invisible to the human eye. This image, captured on an older model converted camera, allows the unseen city to be seen.
Thank you, judges. This print is commended at 73. I'll get a comment from Kelly, please, on what could be done. Just briefly, one thing that the photographer could do.
I would have perhaps made the print a little bit smaller. It's also perhaps a little bit out of focus going up closely, but the graphical nature to it is really quite appealing. Straighten up some of the edges. They're just a few things.
There's a mountain of things. Well done. There's a lot to work on. Now, who hasn't had lunch here? So just no. So, all right. So the ladies went up. Andrew, I hope you don't mind. Ladies first. Katie and Belinda can go for a break. Christopher and Steve, if you could join us, please. That leaves you as the other lady on the panel, Kelly.
What?
You're the lady on the panel now.
Next time you have a break, I'll share a jet story.
A jet story.
Tom Cruise in it?
Like that.
All right, keep it moving, guys. I'm going to take a break shortly, and Kelly will come back and fresh air will come through the room. Okay. I just wish she hadn't been wearing my pants, because that's what I was going to wear.
You couldn't pull them off, Tony.
Pink pants. Is that a challenge?
Keep them on, keep them on.
I've worn pink socks, you were there.
Cool.
Thanks, judges. Okay. Don't enter until you're told, just because she's just got a hitch. Thank you. Just be ready with your scores. Think of your comments. Sharpen your focus. Compose yourself. Edit your narrative. And away we go. Let's get our scores in. Thank you. Print will be a commended print with a score of around 75.
Well done.
Andrew, do you want to make a comment? Thank you. Yep, just a quick comment. Photographer.
I really wanted to love this image, but up close the compositing needs a lot more finesse, because from back here it looks fantastic.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Next print, please. Oh, look at that. We've got a semi-finalist at 80. Well done. Yep, everybody seems to be in the grants. And
Yeah, I'd like to.
you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No, you can't. No, it's more than
No,
5
that's
points.
fine.
No, it's more than 5. He's on 86, on an 80. Oh, my apologies. You can challenge. My apologies. I did a break.
I know we're in the
I
same
can't
realm.
see that, so I see that and go, oh,
I do know we're in the same realm,
Go
but
for it. My
yeah.
apologies.
No,
That's on
no
me.
problem.
Me bad. Time for Tony to go.
So I do see a really original interpretation of man-made laid out as a craftsman's tool set. So elements of cranes and buildings and that type of thing really laid out within a new, unique and interesting way. And even the colour palette is kind of very primary and it just works so well. So, yeah.
Let's have a chat to Christopher on 76.
I saw this as a technical exercise that just needed the individual, the one image that wasn't going to work, the one image we'd all spot if we really looked. But it doesn't. It's just a technical exercise in mirroring.
Okay. Well, somebody else liked it, and that would be either Kelly or Peter. One of you, if you'd like to have a chat. Thank you, Peter.
I think it's a shame this picture is so small. On a boardroom wall, you could really get to the details. When I look, and I really have to strain hard, I'm sure it's the Crown Casino emblem, which is plastered all over everything. When I found that, then it all snapped into place. Construction at the casino, it's almost like an equation that A plus B equals C equals da-da-da-da. So just for the design of it, with that red element very strong next to the big long ruler coming down there, it sits very well even if I don't know what it is. Great design.
Mm.
Thank you, Peter. Steve?
Yeah, I think I prefer Peter's interpretation better than mine, which is great. So what it is an exercise in technique, but there's a deeper narrative in that, and that's what I'd like to commend the photographer for.
Thank you, Steve. You're sitting up in the higher end of the semi-finalist judges. So if you could rescore, please. You have to put yours back in as it was.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry guys, you're right now.
Good to go. Just refresh. There's print now. I'm looking at the right one.
Yeah. One sec, the one's coming through.
There's an 81 semi-finalist. When you sit in this chair and you make a mistake, you're out. Let's bring Kelly back in. I'm just going to have a quick break and Kelly Brown will join us. Thank you, Kelly. And we'll have the next print and you guys keep it moving if you could. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Judges, can I just say, if there is an opportunity, put your scores in even while you're up there, before you sit down, just in terms of just keeping that momentum going.
That's multitasking.
It is.
She's talking to us men.
It's a bit challenging for males, isn't it?
You don't need, you keep it.
Just don't fall over.
The closest one, the far left, is the front.
This one. Yep. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, sitting in the commended range there. And all of our judges are pretty close. There's not a lot of difference going on there. So if I can get a comment, Steve, can I actually get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I commended the photographer for the beautiful use of colour palette and the colour harmony. Perhaps some technical issues need to be considered, like texture over the skin and some kind of blending in with different elements within the composite.
Thank you very much. Also, just adding those little keyline borders sometimes can be a little heavy, can't they, around the edge? Something to kind of think about when we are printing our work. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. 82. we have a score of 82, semi-finalist. And I was hoping you'd put your hand up, Andrew. We have a challenge from Andrew on 89.
Yeah, I'm very drawn to this image for a number of reasons. I like the dreamy, evocative quality that's there. It's painterly in its presentation. The colour palette is sublime and sits beautifully. It raises questions. It doesn't, for a second, not for one moment, does it give you answers, and I think that's absolutely fine because it's an interpretive piece. I think the sky and the ground all just works really well, and it's beautifully balanced with the composition. So I'm more than happy to see this as a strong semi-finalist.
Thank you very much. I might actually get a comment, if I can, from you, Kel. Kelly Tunney, sorry, I shouldn't say Kel.
From one Kel to another. Yeah, Andrew, the painterly feel, like it's what I've initially felt when it came up. It's just the heaviness in that top is just loses that effect. It's just, it needs to be not as heavy, and the bottom perhaps as well, and less, not even just not as heavy at the top, just less, probably a couple of centimetres from the top, just to draw myself back down, because it feels like that sort of wispiness is taking me up to heavy, muddy, not needed to be there information.
Okay, yeah, Christopher, thank you.
This is really calling up Drysdale at his finest. It's really Australian. I'm going to explain the sky. When Melbourne got that 46-degree day, I went outside and expected Mediterranean blue, but it actually went grey, white. It was just too much. And that's what I'm getting from there. I actually get a feeling of heat in this, not of impending storm, but actually heat coming through. But I do love that it throws up so much story that really we can't answer. There's some printing on the back that might be just a fraction, a little too small in this representation. Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, actually, Peter, you've got your hand up
Just
there.
quickly, I love the dream-like quality of the whole thing, but the inconsistency of the blur seems to disturb me. Like some's more exact vertical, others a little oblique. It's too much of a reality. And then I couldn't give a meaning to the medical staff only, and the camera is watching you. Too many jigsaw puzzles that just weren't gelling unless you can cook the cake for me. I see all the ingredients there, but it's just not cooked yet.
All right, let's have a little rebuttal there, Andrew.
I wouldn't say rebuttal, but Peter, the ingredients are there. You've got to cook it for yourself. That's the whole point of this. This is interpretive. This is all of us can just look at that and find our own story in there. We've talked about Drysdale. We've talked about ingredients. We've talked about, well, let's talk about deserts now. Let's talk about arid stuff. Let's talk about that sky. It's perfect. It anchors you. It drags you back down. It's got depth. It's got perspective. And it's all blurry and out of focus, which just gives it this dream-like quality. Come on, guys.
All right, judges. So what we're talking about here is adjusting the score within that semi-finalist. Andrew is on 89 and we had a score of 82. So when we look at our scoring criteria, there are some elements that we've discussed here that, you know, are superior in terms of the level of technique. There is an original narrative. We've talked a little bit about how we interpret the creative vision of the artist and the expression within this. So read into it what you may, adjust your score if you need to, but please consider your scoring criteria. All right, we've come up 1 point, and I'm sure the photographer will be very, very happy. Thank you so much, judges. Next, black, yes. But discussions like that are sometimes more valuable than the actual points themselves, and appreciate it. Next print, please.
Here's the description.
Isolation. Giving birth without the support of your family or community in isolation is not something we thought would happen in our times. Motherhood, breastfeeding, and the overwhelming responsibility of taking care of a new life will take inner strength and resilience. My daughter was expecting her first child when the 2020 lockdowns began. She found that at this important time in her life, she was completely isolated. Facing the unknown during the pandemic caused anxiety, but forced her to rely on her primeval feminine instincts.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 83. We have another semi-finalist. Well done.
I can talk it up.
Yeah. You're sitting on
Challenge.
88 there, Ian. Thank you. We'll have
Challenge. Yeah, I thought
83 and 88. There's a 5-point difference there.
Tony couldn't go to somebody who was 6 points away.
Oh, it's 5. If you are on a score of 5 away from the average.
he let us get away with
That's
one.
what I thought, but that's
then he
not
let
been the
us-
case before.
Okay, well, him and I can fight that out later. So
You can make a captain's pick.
I'm gonna put the referee's badge on and go, you can challenge this if you would like to.
Challenge.
Thank you, Christopher.
I understand your personal story because to you that's everything. What I'm seeing in this photo is exquisite craftsmanship. Your lighting is just pointed on that face perfectly, and yet there's detail in the background. It reminds me of when we had to pull apart Renaissance paintings and understand that a dog means fertility and things like that. You have versed yourself in all the tools that make a piece of work pull together. I have no story with your personal title, but to me this is a gorgeous print of extreme quality.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, you're sitting on.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I get that the narrative does really punch you in the guts, and that's fine. I can get on board with that. I guess it's just her face is really quite incredible, the way it's been handled, but it's just this sharpening in the dog's face. It's just very pronounced, and it sort of falls off everywhere else, and it's doesn't have that sort of balance of expertise in other areas. There's other, background information there that's really quite muddy and a little bit not quite there. So I don't actually feel that it has that level of exceptional Photoshop skills.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Peter.
Yeah, I'm giving it 85 because of the authenticity of the situation, the props, the background, everything. It really does fit well. But not that I'm trying to keep it down in any way, but the treatment on the face, the skin is extremely soft, but the lines, the eyebrows, eyes are extremely sharp, so there seems to be too much attention that's gone in there, and that's putting me off. And also the three main elements, the well-lit, the fruit in the back, the face, and the gladioli, or not gladioli, daffodil on the end seem to be, that seems to be pulling me out. Just that line of those three well-lit objects doesn't feel comfortable to me, but the styling and the idea is so well done. The timelessness of it and the message in there is a timeless message. So, yes.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Christopher. Back to you.
The colour temper is perfect. It really does give you a feeling of something which has lost certain parts of the colour spectrum because this is centuries old. I really do love the fact that there's little highlights in the background. It's because we're trying to drive a narrative, so we're bringing people to those things without it being overwhelming. I'll again reiterate, if you do study art, dogs are placed in Renaissance paintings as a goodwill gesture that the pregnancy is successful and you're fertile. So that's why the dog's there. I do think that the face is gorgeous. I actually love the fact that the treatment is almost overdone. To me, it represents that 1930s sense of beauty, a theatrical beauty, a cinematic beauty. I love this photo.
All right, judges, we're looking at and discussing the level of technique, post-production skill and image quality based on our comments. Please re-enter your scores. Chris, if you can keep your score where it is. Yes, as soon as we're done here. Thank you, judges. 84. We have moved. All right, we might take this print down just for a second and give Andrew a quick lunch break. Mandarin, are you able to come back here? Lunch has been taken. And Steve, I might give you a break actually and bring Katie in if that's all right. No, because because it's an 80 to 89 category. So, all right, we're all logged in before we bring up our image.
Keep going.
How are we all going? Good? Anyone in the audience want to stand up and get the blood pumping in their legs while we're entering new details? No? No butt squeezing? Well, it was just meant to be, that little, when you stand up and
You know what you could say? Hands in the air and butt squeeze. Because otherwise, butt squeeze.
We can't touch. All right, are we ready to rock and roll? I think we're all logged in, no? Oh, sorry?
Is that mic on?
I have no idea.
You can turn it off for a moment.
That's a technical question for me.
I don't think they can be.
You walk to the back.
Judges, just so you're aware, we are approximately halfway through
This category?
right. Which was supposed to finish at 1 o'clock.
Oh, cool. Okay. I'm going to get my whip out.
So it's really important to put your scores in as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
That's where the time has been taken up.
After we've eaten, we often feel that little lull, that little post-food nap. Next print, please. So let's get some pep in our step. Not too much pep.
We're trying too hard.
Have you changed? Got everyone changed? Okay, so hang on. People who don't enter school, you was some might be able to.
Kelly.
Yes.
Andrews. Okay, so we've got Andrew and if your name's showing up, yes you can. Should be good now.
Thank you, judges.
74.
We have a score of 74 in our commended range. I might get, you're all relatively close there, within the same range. I might actually get a comment if I can from you, Mandarin.
Lovely colour palette. Where you could improve the image is perhaps crop a little bit off the bottom to make it more panoramic. I'm not sure how much that is adding to the image. Also, the tractor seems a little bit out of focus, so just working on some technical things.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. won't find a better classroom than listening to a panel of judges like these ones.
Now we've walked up. Just give it a sec, coming. Computer problems.
I think it's just internet.
All right, thank you, judges. We have a commended score of 78. And I might grab a quick comment, if I may, from Kelly.
Oh, that top sky. I would have loved to have seen that sort of almost gradient from the dark, really scary, sort of going up to a bit more painterly, heavenly whiteness, but that blue sort of really is a bit jarring and it's a bit too burnt in and not done very well, but good concept.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next print, please.
The description. Bella in contemplation. Bella, actual name, was photographed on the side of a friend's swimming pool. I always was moved by the calmness she portrayed, and when I captured the background image in California, she was instantly my subject.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. I might get a comment. You're all relatively close there. If I can, please, from Peter.
There doesn't seem to, lighting, etc., doesn't seem, it seems disjointed. The girl in the background, that's beautiful, that light streaming through, but just that disjointedness and some of the very sharp detail around the girl's face. I'm struggling to see whether it's background or whether it's a nose ring or just a little bit distracting there.
Thank you. Next print, please. There are many key elements that come into making a photograph, and the judges are looking at every single element in terms of how the photographer presents their creative vision.
We have pressed to go forward, but it's not showing.
Okay.
It's coming.
That's all right.
There you go.
What's incredible as we wait for those scores is this is the creative category, so we are being able to witness a lot of imagination going wild, as it says here in the description of the category, and how each judge interprets the creative vision of the photographer is pretty amazing to see. Thank you, judges, for your scores. Thank you. We have a commended score of 77. And you are right there on 77 Mandarin, aren't you? Yes? Yep. Yep. Can I get a comment from you, please?
Excellent paper choice, and the tonality was intriguing and worked very well. Where it let me down slightly was the lower portion of the image tends to sort of soften off, and it's incongruent with the top of the image, which is quite pin sharp on the edges.
Thank you very much. Next print, please.
An artist's portrait. She is the art. Her body moves into and out of the image, reflected in mirrors in the outskirts.
Thank you, judges. We have a commended score of 77. Might, if I can, get a comment from you, Katie?
Should I actually be challenging this though, with the 5 points, or?
That is up to you. I can't tell you to challenge.
I've just heard
With-
clarification.
More than 5. Right, okay.
Okay,
So it has to
I'm
be-
ha-
so
I'm-
you can create, you can, no, no, I'll just ask for a comment,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I find this really interesting. Certainly the choice of making it black and white. At first I was like, but I can't see the artist enough. But then the reflection, it's very clear, and there's so much to look at, and that is what artist studios often look like. They're full of interesting stories. So I really enjoyed this.
Thank you very much. Now, the question there around that challenge, and the reason that we did not challenge that was because it was not more than 5 points from the average score, and we did have 3 judges on that, in that 70 range together, so quite close. Thank you. Next print, please. And while the judges are looking at this, we will talk a little bit about that 70 scoring range in terms of commended, and it is not something to be discouraged by, because when you read the category here, it says that it's a very high technical skill.
Can I just ask, before they enter their scores, there's actually a description. Protective hands of parents and older brothers cradling this baby girl.
No, that's all right. We have an incredible gallery out in the common area here at the venue, so everyone can go up and look closely at all of the beautiful prints. Thank you, judges. We have a commended score of 75. And Kelly, Peter, yeah, I'll have a quick comment from you, please.
Yeah, I feel for the lovely soft tenderness of the image that the lighting is just too harsh for the situation. A little bit of reflectance back would have made the lighting in the baby's face more appealing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next print, please.
There's a description.
The party's over.
Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist score of 83. And Christopher's put his hand up to have a comment there.
As a homage to Cruson, the chap who does these amazing movie setups, you've nailed it. There's too many questions here, and that's the whole point of Cruson. He throws up so many questions. It's not one dialogue, there's several dialogues going on.
Thank you very much. Next print, please.
They've got to learn the lighting of this box.
All right, judges.
The printers do.
Please, next print, please.
And there's the influencers, hashtag glow up, hashtag colour pop, hashtag on point.
We have a commended score of 82. Thank you, judges. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add here? No one's making eye contact with me. Katie.
I'm not scared of eye contact. Look, I just think I love the sense of humour of it. It's really been beautifully put together, and having that description to just give it the context, it's great. I love it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Next print, please.
Is there a description? There's no description. The photo is the description. Print scores 82 and is a semi-finalist. The judges pretty solid in there. Very quick comment if I can from Mandarin, please.
Intriguing image. We see a lot of these mirrored style images, so I applaud the photographer for creating something that was almost a split tone effect with the genre. Where it is let down for me a little bit is I keep getting distracted by the central twigs that are creating that sort of boxed shape above the figure, and it's just letting it down for me.
Awesome. Next print, please.
There's a description.
Description to come.
Abstract mice.
Did you say mice?
Mice, M-I-C-E.
Squeak,
Like
squeak,
Mickey
squeak,
Mouse.
squeak,
print scores. 80. Is, So a comment from Kelly, quickly please.
I struggled with this, I'll be honest, but I probably would have liked that bottom right hand to not be as dark, I think. It just needed to have a bit more consistency in that tonality sort of throughout, and I think that would have nudged me way high.
Thank you. Next, Brett, please. Too much gradient.
That's the technical term.
Description, Australian dream.
Thank you, judges. Scores are coming in. 80.
But
No?
yes.
Yes? 80.
You'll have to see the score.
Oh, okay, but we got an 80. So that's only
84.
semi-final. Oh, it's 84. Now you're making me look silly. Mandarin's challenging. She's on 90.
I really wanted to talk about this image because I think it's definitely worthy of being a finalist. Yes, it references Gregory Crutzen. The cinematic quality is extraordinary. The colour palette is supreme. The use of lighting out the window and through the spray of the hose. You know, we've got the old couple that live in, you know, your suburbia, and maybe they're trying to enjoy life without the TV set that's been thrown on the front lawn. Everything about this image draws you into the narrative. Even the placement of the trees on the top left and the lower right to keep you framed within the narrative. So I'd love to hear from others.
Kelly?
Yeah, I really don't like to sort of bringing down images like this. I think it's just the choice of colour throughout things just was a little bit jarring, which is perhaps the point. So I'm really, while I'm right down in the lower range, I'm interested in other fellow judges, because technically that fella, the old man, he's the hero for sure, but it gets beyond that, gets a bit lost for me in terms of that lighting in the far left, the sky being the colour it is. It is probably realistic, but I'm finding overall a bit jarring in its colour tones.
Peter?
To me, half the great qualities of it is that exaggerated colour. To me, it's a statement. Mandarin, to add everything that you said, I don't feel that TV has been thrown out. It's been placed there to show, it feels like 1960s era, house TV, whatever, to show that they've reached the great Australian dream. They have the TV, he's got the beautiful lawn, she's content to have this pretty house, and the house is burning down behind them, and they don't care because they've got everything they ever wanted in life. And there it is. That TV is a statement of they've reached it. Back in 1960s, if you had a TV. So it really is a social statement, not a photograph anymore.
Okay. Back to you, Mandarin, unless you... Yep.
Thank you for mentioning what I was going to as well. Yeah, that the house is burning down, and I actually wish I had have been able to score it more. Looking at that, because I wonder, have they been drawn outside? Yes, they've thrown the TV on the lawn,
but we're also consumed by technology, by our phones. They've been drawn out. They're wanting the TV back inside to the point that they're not even looking at what's going on behind them in the real world, which is their house is burning down. This is absolute pure genius narrative, and it is definitely worthy of being in the finals, in my opinion.
Okay, you re-enter 90, and everyone else can take on board the commentary and score accordingly. Thanks. We've got a fairly solid semi-finalist at 87, so well done. Beautiful print. Next print, please. Let's keep it moving. Description on this? No description.
No.
No.
Because of technical issues and that.
Yeah. Yep, let's keep going, folks. This print will score 69 and is below award standard, but Peter would like to have a chat about that. Thanks, Peter.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, I understand,
Yeah, as horrific as it first looks of this, fire and whatever, I think if you look past that extremely strong contrast as to what is the person trying to say, and then when you fix yourself on the intent the photographer had, then there's like a reason for the drasticness of this harshness. Religion or Christianity on the way out, modernism. I can even see like a devil-like figure, which I think they have shaped in Photoshop up in the top right-hand corner, sort of adding to the, it's like a devilish animal. The devil, in an anti-Christian type situation, they're really making a statement, and they've had to do it in such a harsh way to really get their message across. You may or may not agree with the message, but the way they've done it and the tools they've used, I applaud them for that. I gave it 80, and I think it's more than what was our average?
69.
69.
Which is below award.
Which is below award. It's definitely award.
So, Christopher Ian?
The devil's portrayed in Abyssinian culture as a cat, and there's a cat right behind that Christ gloating. That's a one-trick pony to me, though. That's just the only thing. I'm going to go up, but not tremendously.
Okay, anybody else? Otherwise I'll go back. Okay, okay.
I just find it too heavy-handed, and I think that you can convey, the concept and the subject matter without being so smack in your face. And it's not just the intensity of it. It's the highlights are a little too bright and the shadows are a little too blocky, and so there are those technical things which are quite big, which really get in the way of a feeling. I just find it too heavy-handed. It just needs some more finessing, and then I'm all for it.
Well, we'll go back to you, Peter, but I was just going to add, the burning of the Catholic Church, the burning down of the church, it's a very, very powerful piece of narrative.
Yes, and whether yes, I agree. Well, it's definitely worthy of award, even though it may not be the way we would, or you would, try and describe that mental statement that you're wanting to make. So I think it's definitely in the award range.
Hey Peter, if you can put 80 in and judges please score accordingly.
Okay, who's coming? 76.
76. So it's a solid commendation. Next book, please.
So this is how it ends. The mullet would have thought as if he'd had time as he eyed off his capture. I'm fish food now. Blink and you'll miss it. The black cormorants are master fisher folk.
Thanks, judges. Hey, print score's 81. It's just been accepted.
No. The end was
Push it across. Print score's 79. Very close.
I'll challenge it.
Very close. But we do have an opportunity to challenge there. Thanks, Katie.
Oh gosh, I just think this is so, it's dramatic, it's sort of otherworldly. I mean, I know it's just a regular bird eating a fish in the water, but the way that it's been delivered to us, the vision behind it, and then the beautiful technical skill in both the treatment and the printing, it makes it more like a dragon and, you know, some kind of otherworldly prey than a bird and a fish to me. And I love all of the little details, the subtlety of the colour in the bottom of the beak that just shows exactly what's going on, the beautiful colour of the eye, the background. I just think there are so many things to enjoy about this image, and I just want to look at it more and more and more. And the detail in the water as well, like everything. I think it's solidly in semi-finals, and I'm actually really surprised.
Let's have a chat to Kelly, 76. Oh, Mandy.
Sure.
Are we? Sorry, I thought we were the same. Okay.
That's it. Yeah, Mandy.
I applaud the image that the photographer has created. Respectfully, where it actually let me down was technicalities. I do love where the eyeball is placed of the fish that's being eaten. I think that's very clever, but the fish itself is completely blown out. So it's we can't really see enough of it to give us the story. Also, there's a little bit of it seems like cutting out down the neck of the bird. So there's a few little technical elements that have kept me down.
Okay, we do have Peter on 81, who's also seen it as a semi-finalist.
Yeah, just quickly, that I find I love the dragon-like quality and the drama of the whole thing. But to me, the two eyes coming together, it's almost like the acceptance of the fish giving itself to the bird in this beautiful energy food triangle, circle of life. You know, the relationship between predator and prey, and that little 1 or 2 square centimetres, wow, that's almost biblical. But anyway, maybe that's just
Okay, we'll come back to Katie. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, look, I didn't see those technical flaws at all, really. I see what you're saying now that I'm looking at it more closely. I don't see the bird's neck, but I see the fish, part of the fish is blown out. But it just doesn't seem sort of relevant because the real power is in the other parts of the image, and that's probably why I missed it, because I could see the detail in the tail of the fish and the bubbles coming off the end of it. And like Peter's just described perfectly, I guess the most interesting part of the image, which is these two eyes. And I think maybe if it wasn't for those little technical faults, it would sit in the 90s. I wish that I'd put it up there now, but I didn't. I just think it's really fantastic and unlike another type of bird eating fish image that I've ever seen before.
Thanks, Katie. Resubmit your score as 86, and if everybody else rescores according to what they've heard. Told you. 83, I was wrong. Next print, please. Nice and quick, judges. We'll get up there and have a look and get our scores in. Is there a comment?
No, it's happened before though. There's a
We do have a description, so just listen. Oh, hang on.
Hang on, just chill a second.
Have a blank screen, please. Sorry, can we just take that print away? Right, so can we just take that print away from us? We haven't finished with it.
Can you check the order of the prints?
No, because it was up there.
I see one. Can you just hold up the next
No,
one?
no.
Just so that I can see it?
No, that's not it.
No. It's got REM, I don't know whether they need to know that.
It's that one there.
Yeah, it's that one there. But we've
Yeah,
got
I do.
different-
I've got a different image. I might as
Yeah,
well
just.
do it.
Can we suggest, let's do that one, let's see if we can do that one. Yeah, just write down the number.
Sort it out, get it back in the system. Just grab your seat, guys. Judges, we'll keep us moving, okay? Keep your comments nice and succinct. All right, Peter, just keep your comments nice and succinct. And
Can I check that you've all got the next one? Yeah, someone has to maybe just refresh and see what happens.
Mine?
No, yeah, is yours the only one?
Yeah.
This way, see what comes up now.
Yep.
Cool. Good. Okay.
Yep.
And then there is a description.
okay, that's the print. Yep, thank you. Let's go, judges.
the unknown.
The unknown.
We've got it, we're already letting them know.
That's right. This print scores? This print scores 82. Yes, well done. Semi-finalists, and we have a quick comment. Everyone's very close. Christopher, Ian.
This just appropriates all that science fiction covers, all those artists who basically painted in the 1970s those killer science fiction paperbacks, and they appropriated from Arabic cultures because to us it was so strange, and now it's here. It's in our country. It's beautifully done.
Okay, next print, please. Thank you.
See, it comes to sit here. Yeah, still sitting there waiting for it.
Which is good. Oh, you've got it?
We've got it.
Okay. Click on that one. Let's see what happens.
You all
There
got
it-
that? Yes, hold fire, just refresh your screen.
Refresh.
And there is a
Yep,
description.
okay, thank you. We'll go for that.
Fine.
that
Make sure you've all got the in the pocket.
Okay. Embracing her Aboriginal heritage during her maternity session. I'll do that again. Embracing her Aboriginal heritage during her maternity session.
Print score 72. This is commended. Have a quick comment to maybe help the photographer from Katie.
Good visual communication, subjects well lit. I think there just needs to be an extra element of something, you know, to sort of take us to another place or to give us a bit more, maybe it's to do with the background, but yeah.
Maybe take a look at your posing. Next print, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear the score on this one.
This one was 72.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks, judges. Print score 76, which is commended, and we'll have a brief comment, if we can, please, from Kelly.
Sorry. Yeah, very Stranger Things kind of upside down world vibes. Again, just the finessing in your sort of Photoshop work, especially in the bottom half, the lower point of the frame there. It's just really out of focus, and there's just the sharpening, and it's a bit inconsistent.
Thanks, Kelly. Before we have the next print, Kelly, I think, are you judging wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you go now, and we'll bring Andrew in. Thanks, Andrew.
So yeah, goodbye.
Thank
you.
And Pete, I'm going to give you a little break. I'm going to replace you with a better judge. Can I have Charmaine?
All right, I'll kiss their feet. Charmaine's coming up.
Peter, I'm so sorry.
Can she use my phone?
Yeah, she could use your phone.
Yeah, she might need to, because I don't think she's in that list.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's a fair swap.
I agree, Andrew. It is a fair swap. Equivalency is a good thing. All right. We'll have the next print, and well done. That's commended. Don't go too far, Peter, because you're my only backup. Yep. Peter? Did someone grab him? Thanks, Rob.
You probably know that. Jordan?
Yeah, I know, I'm just waiting for the, sorry,
Thanks,
I can
Rob.
bring this, sorry.
Just make sure there is a description as well, so if you just...
I'll just wait till we get our judge back. Just for those who are listening online, wondering what's going on in that room, judges have the opportunity to step back at any time if they feel that the knowledge of the print previously biases them, or it belongs to their mother-in-law, or it's theirs, or something like that. Peter, sorry, I need you to step in for Mandarin. She'll give you her phone to judge with.
Yeah, we're about to read just for a moment.
And we have a description, so focus please, judges. We should have a description. Yep. Description.
Wait, let me take a selfie. My idea for this image was a twist on the similarities of the self-indulgent entitled generation with today's rise in social media and influences by the thousands. It's not only the elite who come across this as self-absorbed. Using the modern selfie stick, clearly an important tool for today's influencer, hopefully connected the two eras.
Judges. This print scores 85 and is a semi-finalist, but I believe, I have a feeling that Andrew might choose to change that or try to.
Yes, sir. Fabulous. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Very clever. The description certainly adds to what was already a brilliant narrative. look at the expression on that dog. It's gorgeous. It's like, oh, I want that cupcake. I want that cupcake. Really, really cute. She is so detached from reality, this person. She is absolutely self-absorbed, and oh my gosh, isn't she just a perfect representation of that entire type of person. Colour palette, brilliant. Styling, brilliant. Lighting, works. Print quality, terrific. Can't see why we're, maybe you better help me out here if what I'm missing.
Okay, let's talk to Charmaine.
I scored this 80. I think it's lovely. It's very theatrical. I just found the bottom frame with the blurriness there for the sharpness in the lady and the dog and the other elements. I felt around the edges just didn't sort of. There was just a little bit of difference between the two. I'm very happy with it. I'm really, I'm judges. So I just felt there was just some softening around the edges. I didn't think was suitable for the image.
Katie, you gave this 88, so you were down close. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with everything Andrew said. I guess a couple of little things. One is that I kind of go, yeah, cool, this is great. And then there's kind of and I want something more. It's a little obvious. And I don't mean that to detract from it at all, because I gave it 88. It's a really strong image. But maybe that's the reason why I didn't put it up. And I also find, although it's been treated extremely exquisitely, there's no fault really technically at all. I question why the colour palette is desaturated. I would love it to pop more and be more sort of fun, and so that those little questions are the only things that held me back from going up.
Just the background didn't seem to fit with, it almost feels like a cutout against that background. Like she's floating away from the background rather than a roundness and an incorporation into the background. But the styling,
I would just add that all I've heard is exquisite and styling and not much wrong and all of that. So if we look at our print scoring criteria, I think we need to I would like to ask you to have a good look at that, because this is tying the past and the future for me. I see a very powerful but simple narrative of the influences of the old age. We used to talk about these people who were influential, and that transition, or the definition of influential, has become influencer, and we're seeing that tie. So I think there's incredibly clever narratives in what I've heard from my panel, something that lacks any problem really, apart from maybe some very subtle areas in terms of saturation, which could be choices and things like that. So I'm not telling you what to do, but I just wanted to support Andrew's comments. Andrew, back to you.
Thanks, Tony. I'll just recap a couple of things. The background is slightly soft to give us depth of field. It isolates the subject at the very foreground and holds her there, which is, I think, the stillness that we're looking for. The softness around the furniture. No one cares about looking at the furniture. We're looking at the face. So the furniture should be there, but as a support act. It's soft. It's meant to be drawing your attention back up to that exquisite dichotomy between the dog, the cupcake, and this self-obsessed and self-absorbed person. And the colour palette is meant to be retro, which is why it's not pop in your face, super saturated, because it's meant to take you back to that washed out old photo look. So can you imagine how good this will look at Village when they project it full screen, as all finalists will be?
Right, so taking into account all the comments, Andrew, you stick at 90. There was a couple of people found some things that they weren't that happy with, but there was a lot of things you were happy with. So weigh it up and we'll see where we end up. Well, we end up with a finalist. Well done. 90. Okay, go to the next print, please. Thank you, Peter. You can have a break.
Yeah, and then now we can change it and show them.
Thank you, judges. Judges.
Oh, Charmaine, you'll have to probably
Just refresh.
Actually, no, the problem is now that Charmaine's still
Oh,
on
you're
Peter's.
on Peter's phone.
Yes, I am.
Have you got your own phone available?
Yes.
Can you judge that one on that? Hang on
That's
the
fine.
Peter's phone, and then we'll get you to get your own phone. Sorry, I'm just going to actually remove you.
I don't know if you can now because I've already entered scores. I think you have to fix the problem by her going onto her own phone now.
On my phone.
While we're waiting, because someone at home is going, I can tell them that they have got at least a semi-finalist because we have a majority of. So that's a good thing. To explain what's going on, just in terms of the technology here, all of the judges' details, their input details have been input into the system. So they're the only ones who can log into the judging portal, and they're basically a bit like a Zoom waiting room or a Skype waiting room. When we're ready for them to judge, they're sitting in the waiting room and they allow them in. But if you're not on your own phone, it won't let you in, of course, because you're on someone else's. So we're getting Charmaine logged in. Away we go.
No entries. Do you want to do I've refreshed it?
Yep.
Well, I logged on before. They're zoned out. This is an hour to the.
Okay, grab Peter's phone. Sorry. Just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Right, try now. Refresh Peter's and then try again.
This print will score 85. Yeah, 25,
Actually, there's another way we can do it.
I've already got a score, so is it coming through?
No,
it's not.
She hasn't entered.
Okay,
Can I get you all to, I'm going to restart this round, can I get you just to enter in the same score?
Just refresh.
Just give me 2 seconds. Right, enter in the same score.
Same score and the one you told me.
And
Charmaine.
you're on Peter's phone at this stage, Charmaine. Sorry, this is getting really confusing.
It's not working, Kate. He's here. Here. Does he have to put his code in? His thing?
There'll be a password.
Password. Tony, I gave you my score before.
Yeah. But you need to put it in the phone.
No, leave your phone alone for a second. Just use Peter's.
So, we are. I was just going to say the same thing, Andrew. So we might go to you, Andrew, because you like this print.
I do like this print. It's magnificent. It's glorious in its scale. Those tiny, itty-bitty little animals down there really do give you a sense of vast, a vista, if you like. And it's printed beautifully. Look, hats off to the photographer. They've done a great job here.
Yes, there's certainly a great sense of space, isn't there?
Yeah.
So this is what the photographer at home who's entered this image will be sitting back and realising that they have a private showing of their print in this room. Those at the back who can't see, I think it's bison. I might be incorrect. But it looks like buffalo. We're going for.
It's just waiting on Peter.
So the print scored 85. It is a semi-finalist, and that's its final score. Thank you. We'll take the print away, and we'll just have a chat. So, what would you like to chat about?
Can I tell you my jet story?
You can tell us the jet story.
All right. So, a jet came up before, and when I was a very young man in primary school, my best friend and I wanted to be fighter pilots when we grew up. So we collected model aeroplanes, and we were really into that World War II stuff. We were separated when we went to different high schools in different towns. I went to join the RAAF in whatever year it was. I was 15. They took one look at me in my glasses and said, "Navy's down the road, mate." Because to be a fighter pilot, you had to have 20/20 perfect vision. My friend, however, ended up not only flying F-18s, but being a pilot instructor, codename Marvin. So there you go. Childhood dreams can come true.
Here we go.
Nearly there. Go and it says register and in. 35.
Yeah, we know. We've done that.
Yeah, we know. And we can finalise it.
So we finalised it. That's good. So we can have next print.
Finalise it.
Congratulations to that photographer, by the way. Actually, the jet story fits in with this picture because of the Top Gun 2 movie, doesn't it?
Well, I guess it does.
You just imagine those jets flying straight through that valley. There you go. We ready for the next print? Good to go?
Yeah, go.
Okay, next print, please.
No, that's right.
You're doing fine.
Is there a description with this?
For me, the judges are all Shanghai's changing.
Is there a description?
No description.
No description.
Yeah, she's got it into the password and then I can take over.
Thank you, judges. Oh, we're still waiting. This print has become a semi-finalist with a score of 84. There you go, well done. Everybody pretty great. I have a brief comment from, let's go with Mandarin. She's pretty close. Thanks, Mandarin. Just a quick one.
I feel like this is an IQ test and I think I failed. It's a really stunning image. I'm just struggling to understand why the two blue coloured shapes, one's in the centre but one's on the lower left, and I just don't understand that. So bringing more context and reasoning would have lifted my score.
Thank you. Next print, please.
There's a description. Kaleidoscope in flight.
Thank you, judges.
I keep doing it. Just put it under your chair, Katie.
Print score's 85, solid semi-finalist. 89, sorry, solid semi-finalist. Right, it's not staying there.
So is it automatic because it says 90s or?
Yeah.
Who else got
So we've got two people that can challenge. Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Sure, yeah, I'll happily speak to it. tremendous amount of work's gone into this. Absolutely. I don't know if you guys at the back can see this, but all those little dots are actually bugs and little critters, and they're beautifully placed. Just exquisitely done. It's a homage to someone's patience and absolutely putting this together. So first of all, I'm rewarding the craftsmanship that's gone into this, and then when you sort of step back and you take on board the big picture, it's equally beautiful. It is a really lovely piece of art. So well done.
Well, nobody said it isn't, but let's just have a listen to Charmaine at 85.
Yes, I love this image. I can see all the work in it and the miniature aspect of it. I wasn't sure about the dragonfly up there, whether it suited the other elements of the image. But definitely it's in the little micro world of all the insects making up the other insects. And I really love that, and the colour palette to me was very beautiful. I'm not sure whether the dragonfly was adding to it or taking away from it.
Katie, you gave this 92
Yeah.
as well. You felt it was a finalist.
Absolutely. I think this is one of the most original and detailed images we've seen today. I love that the dragonfly is just a whole dragonfly and it's not made up of little bugs. I think that gives it a surprising element, which makes it more complex and more interesting. And you can see that not only is there an incredible amount of work that's gone into the actual construction of it, but the thought process behind it as well. That's where that dragonfly comes in. The photographer has very deliberately made that decision, and I think that makes it so much more interesting to look at. And I agree with everything Andrew said as well. I think this is definitely worthy of being a finalist image.
Does anyone else wish to add a comment? I'm just going to add my 2 bobs worth. This is brilliant. I actually think this is one of the most original types of images I've seen in a very long time. I find the use of the colours through the animal and the flower, that's congruent to what we would expect in nature. And as has been mentioned, the incredible amount of detail. The macro image is perfectly balanced, and when you go in close to the micro or the little bugs, they're perfectly balanced. There's a link between the bugs and what the animals eat, as in the bird and the dragonfly. The relationship in terms of nature and the dependency of the larger animals on the smaller. For every one large animal, there's millions of smaller ones needed to keep that one alive, etc. There's so many narratives woven up in what is just aesthetically a brilliant piece. I encourage you to use your entire scoring range. I'm not telling you what to score in any way, but you do have an entire scoring range. So consider all of the things you see in front of you and all the comments. I'll hand back to Andrew, and then he'll keep his score. The rest of you can choose to do what you wish.
Thanks so much, Tony. Just the one last thing to touch on is the little tiny disconnected bugs. They really add that sense of movement, of swarming, of, it's not looking like a mosaic as such, because it just gives it this organic life. It's absolutely fabulous. Please, let's give this a finalist.
We have a 92. And that's a unanimous finalist. Congratulations to the photographer. And good luck, because being a finalist means you're in the final. Okay, we'll have the next print, please. And for those in the audience who aren't aware, at the end of the category, we have our finalists. Any image that scores 90 or above is a finalist and will be considered. In the event we don't have 5 images in that 90 plus range, the next highest from the semi-finalist range will be elevated into the finals, and from those prints the panel will adjudicate to come up with a winner from behind closed doors. So unfortunately, if you're in the room, we'll have to ask you to leave at that point. But if they're a finalist, they're in the running. Thank you, judges. Semi-finalist with an 83. Quick comment from Chris, please.
The joy of the little bit of blue in the bottom corner. It just breaks up the pattern you've created. It's a beautiful little piece.
Thank you. Next print, please. judges. This print score 70, commended. And let's get a comment, if I can, please, from Andrew on what might be done just to help this print a bit further.
Just a little bit of isolation. There's a heck of a lot going on here, but unfortunately our eyes drawn from one to the other, and we're not left with a chance to sort of sit with a focal point. Every element is nothing's the support act, and everything's the support act. There's no kind of hero to the story.
Thank you, Andrew. Next print, please. Could I have, who's in the room that can judge? Not judges. Adam? Did someone open the door? Adam, could you just jump on that end chair and judge for me, please? Now, just use Charmaine. Oh, no, you can't.
Yes, you can. It's okay. We're making a note.
Okay.
Making a note of it.
No,
No.
just grab Charmaine's phone.
Charmaine, we need to give Adam your phone.
Judges. Prince going to score an 89, which is a semi-finalist. So either of you can challenge, and you can.
Do you want to challenge? Because obviously just maybe.
Yeah, Mandarin. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, thank you.
This is absolutely worthy, in my opinion, of being a finalist. What a unique concept. What an incredible way of demonstrating where we've been the last couple of years. The QR code created out of all those little figures that are almost like Lego blocks with, their little red masks. I'd love to hear from others and see if we can get it up into the finalist category.
Nobody seems to be in great disagreement, so let's have a listen to Lady Christopher Ian on 89.
Well, it does look like the barcode people are having fun, aren't they? Exercising and doing things within the constraints of their 5 kilometres. I just didn't get it from go to woe, but I think you said something, Tony, in the video that we all watched. It doesn't have to be an answer, it doesn't have to be a narrative. If you visually find it pleasing, you can give it the highest category. And I think I will go into the highest category because of that.
I don't remember saying it, but I hope I did.
Claim it.
Yep.
Look, I've only obviously just come into the category, so I wanted to listen a little bit and just grab a context. There's been a lot of obviously relevance to the QR code. I think this is the first example I've seen of putting up a personality and a human element into the QR code as part of everything. And it's not really the first thing you pick up. I was attracted by the red little spots. It's subtle. There's little pops. What I think it shows the humanity of the digital age, I guess, that we've all been forced into. I don't think many people knew what a QR code was before we got this infectious disease, which is weird in itself. But there's a humanity about the robotic digital nature of what we're being presented, and it's turning that digital information in and giving us the humanity of the situation. And it's not just through the presentation, it's through the poses, through the connections, through all the activities that we can still do. So I think there's superior communication here and a very novel concept.
Thanks, Alan. Anyone else wish to add anything? Thanks, Katie.
Just very quickly, when I was looking at it closely, I saw all the things that have been mentioned and I thought it was, wow, fantastic. And then when I stepped back and looked at it from a distance, I just wanted some of the pieces to have been connected to each other so that it looks more like a QR code from back here. And that's the only thing that stopped me from going up into the finalist range.
Okay.
Very, very quickly.
Yes.
It's a very modern take on hieroglyphics.
Mm-hmm. And
I love that, Andrew. It is a very modern take on hieroglyphics. And Katie, that's a really good point. I'm not sure if that is something that would bring me out of the finalist category, though, because it's sort of like one of those, once you see, you can't unsee. So now you see it's a QR code, whether you're way back or way up close, all of those little people are doing things within that lockdown. You've got your people exercising, your people working, you've got your little guy with the broken heart, someone's deep in thought. They all have their own place in that, and you don't necessarily need to rest on anyone in particular because they all create the overarching story of what we've been through within this really cool QR code. And I do implore that everyone comes up to finalists. When you look at the exceptional visual and emotional impact, highly original narrative, interpretation of a subject, and aesthetic expression, it absolutely ticks all the boxes. So let's bring it up well over 90, guys.
Thank you, Mandy. You keep your score at 91. You just
Whose scores held?
Mandarin's held at 91. You're fine. Everyone else can score, change their score as they see fit, if they choose to. I think we've got a pretty unanimous decision. This is a finalist with a score of 90, so it's going to be 91. There you go. Next print, please. Thank you, Adam. The judges.
There's a description.
Description, guys.
Voodoo spell.
That was voodoo spell. Thank you, judges. Print score is 74 and is a commended, and we'll have a comment please from anybody. Mandarin, thank you.
And when it first turned around, it looked like hyper-coloured ginger or something quite bizarre. It's an interesting take on creating a humanoid figure out of something quite bizarre. It just sort of doesn't come together quite well enough, in my opinion, to bring it up to the next level. The background's too heavy-handed. There's a lot of detail that's way out of focus, and therefore it's quite distracting to the rest of the composition.
Thanks, Mandarin. Next print, please. Print scores 82 as semi-finalists. Well done. Quick comment from Andrew, please.
Oh, it's beautifully handled. It's very pretty. It's a really lovely image. Well done.
Lovely delicate tones in it. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Print score 79, which is commended. Challenge from Charmaine on 83.
Yeah, I think this is a beautifully printed image. It has the indigenous tones to it and feel. I guess I would have taken it a bit higher if there's more elements, and there's two little geckos or lizards in it. Just need a little bit more to take me further, but I think it's been handled beautifully. The great design to it, the texture to it, where it sits on the image. I think this is definitely to that next level.
Okay, let's go to someone in the middle. Andrew, you're on 75.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that, I'm afraid. It just seems to me to be an exercise in graphic design, but there's no kind of central focus, I guess, story here for me, other than a bit of very well-crafted design skills at play, but I'm not kind of seeing the unified vision of this one.
Sorry, I didn't say that loud enough. I actually challenged this. So I'm going to let you talk and then I'll explain why. Christopher, anything? Just letting you look at your scores.
It actually looks like medical photography with the elements placed in it. So it looks like cross sections of bone marrow and things like that. So that's why I actually thought it was a very clever little concept to give you some sort of sedimentary rock look out of the desert, but it actually looks like medical scans.
So what I'd like to share with you is something I took was often when, if you look at wood moths, they aren't able to be seen on the wood. And then we've got the textures of wood and the colour palette of wood. And the one thing, the little element that helps us understand that we're looking at moths is geckos. Because you know, having a gecko in your house is going to be the one that captures those little insects. So I see a narrative that's very cleverly hidden in the same way that a wood moth hides very cleverly on wood and things like that. I think that's a very clever piece of narrative done in what is quite an exquisitely handled print. But that's just my opinion, so that adds to the conversation. Does anyone else wish to add anything? Okay, you can all rescore. You don't have to change your score, or you may take on board the extra commentary.
Can I change my score now?
You can, yeah, you can. No, I challenged that. You didn't because you couldn't. You weren't far enough away. We have a score of 81, which is a semi-final. Next print, and the unbelievably incredible Kelly Brown will come over and take it. Thank you.
There is a description, I'm very sorry.
Description coming.
To bury your head and pretend everything is pretty rather than engage in the murkiness of life is to display a true reflection of yourself.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what a brave, incredible image this is. The colour palette is extraordinary, and the tones, the pink, the top, the bottom, it could be seen in lots of different ways, but it could be just flamingos in the fog. The subtleties of it, the design, and just the fact with the narrative that was just explained, the water being all sort of fuzzed up and stuff, just adds another element to it. I think the print's been handled really well. I've scored an 88. I've got my fellow judges to what to think about it.
All right, thanks, Charmaine. She jumped in so quick, I didn't have a chance to say that Charmaine is challenging this print for our online audience, just so that we're all on the same page here. And we've got some great scoring ranges here to get through. So what I might do is actually hear from Mandarin, if possible, to start with.
Beautiful gradation of tone. It is such a pleasing image to look at, and compositionally it's very intriguing. Where it let me down was just some technicalities. I found it a little bit off-putting having some of the feathers really pin sharp and others quite soft, and I would have liked to have seen a little bit more crispness in the feathers. I'm also wondering what's the storyline to one of the birds having the metal bracelet around its feet.
All right, thank you. Andrew, do you have...
Just, I hear everything everyone is saying, and I do love the colour palette. And at first I wanted to jump up and go, this is going to be amazing. And then I kind of was drawn down to where I was expecting to see the birds' heads. Of course, you can't. And I understand the narrative and why it's been, presented that way. But I think that actually came after the picture was created. I'm not sold on this concept at all. I like the design idea, but conceptually, I'm not there.
No, thank you very much. Christopher, would you like to comment, please?
I thought the birds had snow on them, like it was a snowscape or something, animals captured out in the wild where they actually have snow on their fur. I thought it was beautiful. It's beautiful from back here. I certainly gave it into that category, and I think it maybe goes up higher a little bit.
Thank you. Charmaine?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a brave image. I think it's beautiful, the subtleties, and I see it as fog or snow as well. So you haven't got that, everything being so defined. And I think the bottom really adds to it, just the water being rippled and so forth. Colour palette is divine. Yes, I think it's definitely worth going up a few points.
Thank you, judges. If you would keep your score where it is, Charmaine, and if you could re-enter your scores, please, judges.
Charmaine, have you entered your same score?
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 85. to jump back in, and if you see some roaming judges out there, please.
Okay.
Send me the scores.
That would be amazing. All right, so while we wait for Peter Rossi to log back in, we might. You've got a lot of apps on that phone.
Doesn't mean I know what I'm doing.
All right.
What have I done there?
And how are we going? We good? We logged in?
Just about, you could turn.
No.
I think.
All right, so one of the reasons that I'm holding the print back from coming up is because we've got 4 judges sitting here, and we really do want all 5 judges to get that initial impact together.
Yes, sure.
Technology is not being our friend at the moment though, so we'll just take a deep breath.
I've got a pilot story later.
We don't, yeah.
I know when we had a break last time, we were talking pilot stories. I've got a pilot story. I know.
Chris, for those online, was just telling us he's got a great pilot story, but it can wait.
Well, hopefully we don't need it.
All right, how are we going there? We good? We are logged in. Next print, please. Here we go, judges. Is there a description? No. Thank you, judges. If you can please enter your scores.
He's here. The boy is standing over there.
We have a score of 86. And we have a challenge from Katie. Let's hear it.
Good. Okay. This is this probably could be interpreted in a few different ways, and I'm really interested to hear the other judges' interpretations. I feel like this lady's being haunted by something. It's really powerful. It's there's a darkness and a lightness to this, which is interesting, intriguing, evocative. I think the image has been beautifully handled. There's a lot going on. There are a lot of little details: the bed, the washing basket, the contrasting window light, the blue and the gold, the post coming through the door. There are just so many parts to this image image, which is telling a really strong story. Now, I can't tell you exactly what the story is. I could be off, but to me, she's being haunted by something. And my first impression was that maybe it was depression or anxiety, but I actually think it might be more than that. I'm curious to see what other people might have to say, but I feel like this is sitting in the final range because it's so intriguing and because there's so much story to it, and it's got a really high emotional impact.
Exceptional storytelling. I see it as it's either addiction or agoraphobia. She's locked in that room. She wants to leave. She's got her bag ready to go. Look, all the letters have come in. She's been sitting there forever. The bed's not made. The washing hasn't been done. She's trapped. She's got the curtains shut. She wants to leave, but she absolutely can't. Something's holding her back. You know, is it all the lockdowns we've had? Is it some sort of addiction? I think it's superior storytelling, and I'm thinking I might go up into the finalist range.
All right, I might actually hear Christopher from you. That's all right.
I scored this in the category that it's now sitting, the semi-finalist. I was worried about the treatment of the fog or mist, that it was just too obvious and not subtle enough. It was almost like you'd drawn the fog into that shape rather than giving us some sort of mystery about it. I'm listening to everyone though.
Could I just quickly add?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think the storyline is absolutely superb. And how do you show a person who needs to comfort themselves, whatever? My only conflict is the line drawing is nearly too strong. It's spoiling this gloomy mood with this. I know it's meant to be bright and comforting, but just the interplay of photography and almost line drawing seems to be too contrasty for me to fully believe. But the concept, yes, is what we all need, is give ourselves a good hope.
Right. Okay, so Katie.
Yeah, gosh, I feel like I've got too many things to respond to. Calm down, brain. Mandarin, you said agoraphobia. Is that what you said? Oh no, agoraphobia. Yeah, whatever it is. I feel like maybe that was the missing link for me. Is it something where it's got a grip on you and it's telling you something, and that's why the face is right next to her face. That's actually why it's almost comforting, but I feel like it's not comforting. It's actually really uncomfortable, but maybe the brightness gives that duality, and that's what sometimes, any kind of, addiction or mental illness can feel like this thing that you're actually comforted by because you're used to it, and yet at the same time it's this incredibly uncomfortable, difficult thing to deal with. And maybe that's why it's been created in this, very beautiful kind of obvious way that I think both Peter and Christopher touched on as well with the line drawing, because there is that dichotomy. It's not as it seems. It's not as obvious as it just being this dark thing. It's got so many facets and subtleties to it, and this person's taken on a very difficult subject regardless of what the actual topic is. It's about something that grips a person and prevents them from living their life, and that's something that is really hard to interpret, and I think for that reason it should be commended regardless of all the little tiny things. And by commended I mean a finalist, because it's such a beautifully crafted image and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
I would just add in here, on a personal note, I have a daughter who struggles from this, and if she could be portrayed in an image, this would portray her. She really struggles with, so many things and leaving the house in terms of that, and that's how I'm reading into it, everything that you've just shared. So if we do look at an image like this, and we think about the original narrative, we think about the impact, we think about the subject and how it's been interpreted and the creative voice that the artist has brought to this image and how they've presented it to us, we really do have to reconsider, the scoring range and have a look at where we would like this image to sit. I can't tell you what to score, but it's entirely up to you. We are sitting on an 86, or was it 80? It was mid-80s, and we have a judge on 90, so to take it into that finalist range, is what we're being asked to do. So please reconsider your scoring range and re-enter your scores when you're ready, judges. Thank you, judges. 89. We have a score of 89. All right, so that image will go for review as it's right on the cusp, and you can go and have a nice close look at that for everyone that's here in our audience while it's hanging in the show. Next print, please.
There's a description. The icon, St Kilda.
Judges, we have a score of 84. Thank you. And we have a challenge from Mandarin.
Firstly, I want to say congratulations to the photographer for making a building that I personally feel is incredibly ugly in real life into something that looks absolutely exquisite. All the lollipop colours that are the tonality of the sky just really add to that element of just beauty, of whimsical fun to something that's absolutely hideous in real life. All the little figures are all the little cookies that I'm always looking for when I'm looking at these sort of images, and I think it's just beautifully interpreted. So I've put it into the finalist range, and I'd love to hear from other judges.
Thank you. Christopher, can I grab a comment from you? Because all of our other judges are very similar in their scoring range, so we'll grab a couple of comments.
One of the amazing things about this portrait that people from other states wouldn't realise is to simply isolate the subject. It's in a very busy corner, one of the busiest corners in Melbourne. But why did you choose to put the lolly colour in the background to do that isolation? That's the only thing that's always got me here. But I'm still listening to people, and I've given it a semi-finalist.
Thank you. Charmaine?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Mandarin and Christopher. I think it's fun. It's like a lollipop Lego sort of building. But I feel the background, I'm not sure about that. But also I think for such a shaped place, I'd like to have human figures going right to the top. There's humans like in the first couple of layers. I feel for it to be so simple. I'd like a little bit more to take me to the next level of humans just going up to the top, to take my eye right through the top, whereas they're just in the bottom, second or third, and then the top's just bare. I feel this would be a chance for such a simple portrait to have that going right through, and then I would have easily gone to another level.
All right. Peter, yeah, sure. Very quickly.
Comment. The
microphone.
Yeah, the gradient treatment of the background just gives an unbelievable quality to the picture. Even though I know it's in keeping with the lollipop colours and whatever, there's reality in the building, and then there's this unbelievable background which just spoils it a little for me. But that might be what makes it for you.
Katie, do you have anything in addition? No, Mandarin?
These are all fabulous comments, and to address the background, I see it as perfectly conceived to really tie into architecture that is very unusual. It's almost like a layer cake that we're looking at, that building with all these bizarre colours and shapes just plopped on top of each other. So I feel that the sky in the background, if it was your normal blue or anything else, it just would not tie in at all. But the way the photographer has conceived this is just spot on. Regarding the figures, I might be mistaken, but there is something up the very top. It looks like, up the very top window in the middle, it looks like it could be someone standing at the window. If it's not, it is something at the window. It intrigues me and it makes me want to sort of inspect it longer. There's no converging parallels. Technically, it is stunning. Perfect paper choice. Perfect cropping. Please bring it up into our finalist category. It is well deserving, everyone. Thank you.
Well, it's definitely got you all talking. If you could keep your score where it is Mandarin, and judges, if you could re-enter your scores. Yours was 90 Mandarin and the original score was 84. Thank you, judges. 87. We have a score of 87. I'm sure those extra 3 points will be well appreciated. Next print, please.
There's a description. Empty, blue claw. Charmaine, is yours in, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there we go. Say it and then it pops up.
Alright, we have a score of 78, so that is a commended score. Thank you, judges. I might grab a quick comment. You're actually on 78, Charmaine.
Yeah, I think this was quite simple and emotional. This would be a little bit more for me to take me to the next level.
Yeah.
But tone's lovely, the print is lovely, paper's nice.
A little bit of sharpening artefacts down in the black part of the claw that detract from.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, Peter. That's a great comment. Peter, for those that did not hear online, there's just a couple of little editing technical things that could be addressed. Thank you, judges. If we could take that print away.
Yeah. The next one might appear on the screen.
You were trying to get that.
No, we want to. That might be all we can do. We can go back to
Not shy, really?
You're not so tall.
Very tall.
It sort of just goes.
It's okay.
Are we good? We're good?
Yeah, we
Okay.
should have the old one back up.
So we refresh.
We can't be blank, so yeah.
All right, for those online, we are just having a little glitch with our system again, so we'll just wait for that to
We're right.
Oh, we're
ready
good?
when you are.
Oh, okay,
We got the
good.
next image up, but
Okay,
when you
excellent.
said,
Let's
can
go.
you
Next
take just
print,
away.
judges. Our scores coming in here. Screen.
Why? It's not, we've got to reset because it's on the right. No, you're right. On there, it's not.
It's not on the A-zone.
Oh.
We've got no control over how long it takes that image there to get over to. Can you give me a couple of seconds and I'll just see how.
It's obviously a bit glitchy again. Unless we do this again, or I just do restart.
Judges, can I get judges?
Judges?
Can you remember
Can you
your
remember your
scores?
score that you've already
Yes.
please?
We'll move on to round two. I think it just said that. Sorry, just see if it changes it.
No, I forgot the score.
It's ages ago.
It's good story.
I don't think we'll ever be replaced by technology if it's going to keep doing this.
Yeah, it's just, that's gone backwards by 3 images.
Used to use Kathy notes, remember? Oh, actually, no, notepads first.
So this is a brand new system that we are using at the moment, so it's clearly getting to know us as we get to know it.
It's great when it's working. It's really cool.
And then, clicking on the new one's not solved yet.
This has been bugging me. Anyone
Oh,
else?
sorry.
Oh, that's still not right.
It's still not right. You're straight on, okay?
Go too far and then.
It's good now?
They broke it.
Tell me when.
No, not when. Go back.
You don't want to take the image.
No, not quite, almost.
Where do you want?
More up on the right.
Hanging a photograph.
Well, who's right? My right
Up
or the
on your
right?
right. We've got the same time. You're facing the same.
All right, so while we're waiting for our system to restart or do whatever it's got to do, and we've got a few people in the room, I'm going to ask our 5 illustrious judges to stand up, turn around, say hi. All right, Charmaine. Okay, hang on, shush. Charmaine, could you please just introduce everyone, tell them how long you've been very quickly, because I know it's a long list of credentials, but very quickly, give everyone an idea of your career.
Okay, I'm Charmaine Hire, and Peter and I are Highlights Studio in Cairns. We've been photographing for 25, 30 years, still loving it, which is great. Yeah, is that better? It's dead. Hello?
It's on.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's just for the audience at home.
Our main portraiture is portraits, obviously, and commercial. Love entering the awards, so always put yourself out there. So don't be brave to do it, but you always learn so much about yourself in the process, so it's definitely worthwhile. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Thank you. Maria.
Hi, I'm Mandarin. I'm a Melbourne-based photographer. Enjoy conceptual fine art portraiture events and really embracing this category and enjoying seeing everyone's images. So I can't speak for all the other judges, but if anyone wants any further feedback after it's all over, after it's been judged, I'm sure I'd be very happy to give you some.
Peter.
She'll do anything for a drink.
That's
I mean, give you advice on your prints. Okay, I'm Peter, the other half of Charmaine, and as Charmaine said, which I was trying to fix this thing, I didn't hear, but we're portrait photographers. We really enjoy extending ourselves past the point of photography as
as it is. We like to take things a little bit further and try and add some sort of meaning or storyline to it. It's not always easy, and sometimes it doesn't work, but we're working on it.
Hello, I'm Katie. I am a family photographer. I've been doing that for about 15 years. Our business, Heart Story, is based in Canberra. Myself and my husband run that together. And I'm the better photographer. He's not here and he's not listening on live stream, right? So don't tell him. We just are really obsessed with connections between people, the love in a family, and creating artwork that can go up on the walls so they can enjoy forever instead of being on a hard drive.
I'm Christopher Ian. I've been a photographer for 41 years. 41 years ago, every shopping centre, every shopping strip had a wedding portrait photographer. I've watched that de-evolve, but the quality has improved. Even though I had doubts in the early days of digital, now we can see that virtually most practitioners are delivering quality work. There's not the discrepancy between a high brow and your normal brow. And that's a really encouraging sign for people who are about to hire a wedding photographer or have someone cover their pregnancy. Virtually everyone who's out there as a pro is delivering now. And that's not what it was in 1981.
All right, it's pretty safe to say how modest all of our judges are. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'd lose count if I had to add up the collective number of years that these guys have been around, and they've certainly been amazing role models for many of us. And it's a privilege to sit here and judge alongside them. So thank you so much for introducing yourselves to our audience, I suppose that's what we want to call them. Have a seat. We're ready, I think, to move on with our print. Right, so we're going to bring that print back up onto the light box, and you are going to enter your scores.
So hang on, who's having trouble? Peter, you having trouble? Yeah, just stand by. So it reverted even this bit. Okay.
Nice biscuits.
Good, you've got a chance to have some.
Refueling our
You
judges,
should be right
giving
now,
them some
mate.
sugar and some energy
I
while
mean,
they enter their scores.
You should be good, Pete.
And the system's going to give us a nice little
So
calculation
to
here.
Andrew, which is his 5 minutes ago. We've had a little breakdown.
All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 80.
Overworked.
I am challenging
Thank you, Christopher.
in more ways than one. I certainly didn't go towards the highest category because I thought it was so set in the next category down. And now it's just scraping in. This is an impressionistic thing of a mother gathering up her children as the impending storm comes. And how do you do that photographically? We've all caught sand in the eyes as the children take their time and the wind blows off the sea. Someone's done it photographically using motion blur. It's beautiful. I know there's a couple of little sharper moments there, but that to me creates much more substantial subjects. So to me, this is at least an 85. Yes, please.
All right, I might actually call on Kate. Can I get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I wanted to take this higher, but for me, I don't see the sense of movement, and I think it's really unclear what's happening. I don't see it the way that you've described it, Christopher. Impending storm, it doesn't seem like that to me. It seems like a very still image, and I guess I need some sort of narrative to take me into semi-finalists, because it's beautiful. It's got a beautiful quality to it, but it doesn't tell me enough.
Mandarin, is that all right? You've got the mic.
It's beautifully ethereal and almost Turner-esque in the treatment of the subjects. I applaud the photographer for the composition, for the colour palette, for the paper choice. I believe the two little things next to the people might be cricket bats, but if they are, it's not very well resolved, and it's hard to understand what exactly that is. So that is where the image is let down for me slightly.
All right, thank you. Peter's going to finish chewing and then he's going to give us a comment.
Yeah, to me, you don't need to know the details. The composition is there. Whether it's a storm or a most beautiful, peaceful day, it's a moment. Just back to that composition firstly, that horizon line, as soft as it is on the third, and then the people where they're sitting just off centre. If you had a dart to throw in there, for me, I couldn't put it in a more beautiful spot. It's just absolutely brilliant. But all the colours are there. Your imagination would probably take it further than the reality of it was. So I think that treatment has only enhanced the situation and made it more memorable for me.
Thank you, Christopher.
One of the greatest aesthetics you can do is to arrive on a beach on a Monday, the day after everyone used it, and it's empty. It's like that. So that's telling me everyone's left. They've seen the storm. They can see what's coming. There are parkas being fitted. There's a hat on mum. She's shoving something down into a bag, and the children are taking their time. But I just love the peacefulness in this commotion, and somehow the sense of motion, the wind, you can feel it.
Thank you, judges. We're currently on a score of 80, so it's sitting in the semi-finalist range. Christopher is asking us to consider coming up. We are looking at a level of superior narrative interpretation of subject and aesthetic expression. Please re-enter your scores.
So it can be done. But that would be the first one for something, you know, when it was going, I think. We run it. Yes.
One more, we're in.
83.
Well done, we have a score of 83. I'm going to do a judge change. So before we bring in our next print, Belinda, can I get you to come in? Charmaine, if I can get you to jump off. Peter, if I can get you to jump off, and is Alan still? There he is, right there. And I think we're pretty good. And whilst they are going to log in and get themselves set up within the system, I'm going to disappear, exit left, and Tony's going to come back and be your hostess with the mostess.
Should have worn my dress. Okay.
Just, yeah, nearly ready, Belinda.
Just wait.
Alan, you should be able to go in now.
Good, Belinda. Should work.
You in, Alan? Alan White, are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
That's good, please.
Oh, there is a description, I'm very sorry. The Travellers. I'm always drawn to the ethereal effects generated by fog and mist. After capturing the road image, I was excited to add my travellers, man from California and dog from Italy.
Thank you, judges. How tall are you, Kelly?
Taller.
Thank you, judges. We're good?
77.
77. commended, well done. And everybody's fairly close to that. One maybe, so let's have a comment perhaps from Mandarin.
I feel like in images like these, just the choice of the outfit the subject's in. So perhaps if the subject had been wearing something different, or those jeans had been toned down slightly, and also the pose of the dog just doesn't feel right. It looks like it's standing there rather than walking. And just finally, I'm finding that the over-sharpening in a misty environment just doesn't quite gel.
Thanks, Mandarin. Next print, please.
There's a caption.
Caption.
Celebrating the two personalities within as a mother, wife, photographer, author, new home owner and cat lover.
Could you please read the description again? Thank you.
Celebrating the two personalities within as a mother, wife, photographer, author, new home owner and cat lover.
Ben scores 86 and is a solid semi-finalist. And a challenge for Mandarin, who's on 90.
This image is exquisitely creative in its interpretation of someone who's everything to everyone. It has a bit of an Alice in Wonderland feel. It's got, you know, the cat in the hat. It's got everything going for it. Its creative interpretation, its visual language, its narrative is superb. It references art. There's cubism. There's so much in this image. Compositionally, it's superb. The colour palette is beautiful. I'd love to hear from the other judges and see if we can get it up into the finalists category.
All right, let's go to Alan on 82.
Yeah, I congratulate the photographer. It's, again, everything that Mandarin said, I really approve and appreciate in this as well. I feel like I may have been a little bit harsh in my judging of this, to the point where I'm actually trying to figure out what kind of has kept me back, and I possibly have just... So yeah, so I'm actually interested to hear a little bit more from some other people as well.
Thank you, Alan. And let's go to perhaps Christopher Ian on 88.
I thought it sat beautifully at 88 because there's just enough photography in here to hold my attention, and there's just enough graphic art in there as well. If there was a little bit more photography, I would have jumped into the next category. But that's the only thing that's holding me back, because it's such a clever person who made this image.
Okay, Mandarin, unless someone else has anything to add, we'll come back to you.
I'm sure it's all photography, but it's done in a way that creates a sort of an illustrative feel. We've got the motor mouth, the Grand Prix flag coming out of the the martini glasses, which I think is a stroke of genius. I think it is just so beautifully portrayed. We've got the little love heart on the little kitty cat at the feet. We've even got the thought process with the Mad Hatter type hat up in the top of the frame that is perfectly combined with that curve in the background that frames the image, that brings our eyes back to the focus, to the eyes of the subject. You see that the other face doesn't have the eyes because it is one person. I know I'm talking like a motor mouth like this image, but there is so much. It's on steroids and it's absolutely worthy of being a finalist. So please add a few points.
Okay, you've given it 90. Judges, please rescore. Ben scores 89 and is a very solid semi-finalist. We'll go through again. Next print, please.
Doing it again. Well, it just won't let you go to the next image. Okay. It's like it's taking a second to catch up with itself.
Thank you, judges. Score. Print will be a semi-finalist with a score of 84. Well done. All judges quite solid there. Belinda, maybe just a comment as to why that's achieved a solid semi-final position.
I think it's a great piece of visual communication. It's portraying exactly what it set out to do. Tonally, it's lit well. Yeah, I really enjoyed this image.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Just go because it's slow down. Something's going on. There is a judging. There's a description.
Caption.
Life hangs on a golden thread.
Judges. This print is commended with a score of 77. Well done. Quick comment, if I can, please, from Alan.
This is a really good concept. I think watching your lighting a little bit, there's definitely multiple lighting sources happening, which is actually casting a few conflicting shadows happening through the back of the image. And so for that sort of little thing just takes away from the story that you're showing, and also being the subject matter it is, it's possibly a little bit too bright for what you're actually trying to show.
Thank you. Next print, please. Caption coming.
Let the dance of light begin. Macro image in camera multiple exposure captured with intentional camera movement.
Judges. This is the creative category, still. Sponsored by Godox, still. The lights, as you notice, have not wavered throughout the entire day. The colour temperature is spot on 5,000 K for the whole day. And there's our score, 74. Commended, well done. All our judges are reasonably close to that, bar maybe one. Are we happy with that, judges? We are. Let's have a quick comment, please, from Mark. We're going to go back to you, Alan.
It's been well captured. The colour tones for this are really pretty. The sense of movement that you have through the image is great. I feel like, especially for multiple exposure, even just having one of the exposures where the sharpness did come through a little bit more to kind of ground us into the image would have definitely helped.
Thank you. And we'll have the next print, please. For those of you in Iceland who are wondering, after creative, we will be having Nate, Pet, and breakfast. Lunch.
That was hours ago.
We'll be having pet
and animal.
Pet and animals.
Yep.
Which won't be far away. So I think it'll be about mid-morning in Iceland.
So we're running breakfast. 3.5 hours.
Well, what we can say is that every print has got its due consideration. We haven't rushed it. We've made sure that everything gets looked at. And as I said, today is about the birth of something new and great. And at the end of the day, we'll have a beautiful
We have
thing.
a very dedicated and committed audience.
We do.
Very much so.
I'm going to go. There's a couple of people at the back. I'm going to go and see if they're actually glued to the chairs. This is my chair, and it's
I've
not.
got a catheter.
Screws for them, doesn't it?
There's no description on this.
Okay, we'll have our scores, judges.
I don't think we've missed a description yet.
Well, there you go. Bang, 81. Semi-finalists. All judges. That's a reasonably good spread of scores, but averaging there. Let's have a quick comment, if we can, please, from Katie. What could be done to get this even higher?
I think the narrative is a little unclear, certainly for me. That would have helped, just to have a little bit more context. Okay. The colour palette's really beautiful.
Good, thank you. Next print, please. Print is a very solid semi-finalist with a score of 88. And we might just be hearing from somebody.
Yeah.
We'll just see who wants to challenge it.
Oh, there too.
There's two
I
that you
didn't
can
even read
challenge.
it. Oh, no, you've got a high score. Have you got 90?
Who put their hand up first?
I did because I
Okay,
didn't
well, you
read it
challenged it.
properly.
Let's go.
All right, okay. Okay. I just think this is delightful and brave and so interesting. And to add to that, every single element has been treated with absolute excellence. You know, the printing, the putting together all of these crazy, wonderful pieces, the story. It's got this sort of, you know, the fact that she's sort of standing so robotically makes me think of like a little avatar or character from a game or something like that, or a card. And that's quirky. It's just the colour palette's also really weird. It's surprising because, I don't know, blue and green shouldn't really go together in my book, but they look absolutely amazing in this. And that pop of red and then the moon, just everything about it I think is surprising and wonderful and beautiful. And could I put more superlatives into my sentence? I think it's worthy of being a finalist.
Thanks, Katie. Belinda, you're on 82.
So, yeah, I was probably a bit harsh on this one, a bit stingy, but it's really lovely. It's given me some Tim Burton-esque vibes. What I think could be improved is a little bit of muddiness around the top with the heaviness of the night sky coming down into those flowers. It's a bit too much. Maybe just tone it back a bit there. But yeah, like I said, I'll be humming up. I was a bit stingy. So.
Okay, well, you had some support, obviously, in Mandarin.
Yeah, this is absolutely finalist category. I kind of wish I had have scored it higher, and maybe I will. So just to address what you said, Belinda, about that slight muddiness, I don't think it's only so minimal, and I just think all that does is just draws our eye to the subject's face. Is this a cicada? Is this some sort of a nocturnal insect that, you know, she's the queen of whatever flower, I'm not a botanist, but whatever flower she's holding. It is so exquisitely detailed, the little petal that's just, you know, hidden in her dress, the colour palette, the treatment of the background, the cropping. It's absolutely outstanding creative interpretation.
Okay, back to you. Oh, hang on, Christopher, you want to add something? Anything to add?
Oh, the longer we look at it, it just becomes better. The lower horizon line, no one's mentioned that. I just think that gives you the setting better than having that moon up there. That's the sun's just gone. There may be even urban landscape behind it. But the other idea, which was terribly courageous, is to give her an anamorphic feel. They've cropped the feet out, so there's less humanity in it and more bug.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Katie.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out as well, Christopher, with the feet, because I think that often when we see these sorts of stylised portraits, we're used to seeing it look hyper-real, and this does have that quality to it, but it also has a flatness to it, which is more like a little cutout. And merging those two styles together is what makes it so surprising and fascinating. And also, I just feel like I want to see the rest of the family. Like, I want more. And you know, like an image that leaves you wanting more is an image that's totally original and you know, and should be rewarded as such. So let's bring it right up there into the final range.
Thanks, Katie. You hold your score. Everybody else give your score, please. This print looks like it's a very, very solid finalist with a score of around 92, I'm going to guess. 93. Well done, congratulations, photographer. We'll have the... Okay. Okay, just a talk.
Hey everyone, how amazing is this? It's a jam-packed full room, quite a few people standing, which is sensational. So two quick things. The expo is launching right now, and we have Bruce Moyle, who is doing a live demonstration of go dog sliding. So we highly recommend you go and please head on over there.
If you're a this judge and a that.
However, if you're active here, you can stay here. Awesome.
Looking forward to all the cute little animals, but the beautiful bug people are also fantastic.
All right, we'll have the next print, please.
You grew up nuisance and sticky. Such a dobber.
There's description. Unseen and overlooked, image 1 of a small series depicting the plight of those less fortunate. Elements from this were captured in many different countries.
Judges. Print score 79, which is a commended. Challenge that. Okay, well, there's a couple of you sitting in the middle of semi-final, so Christopher, in after you.
I just thought the print was gorgeous. I mean, it really low-key. There's very hard to get depth like this into a low-key shot, and they've done it. The solitude of humanity and the small little bird. I just thought the printmaking certainly elevated it into the next category. It's certainly a semi-finalist for that.
Thank you. Next judge to speak will be Alan. Thanks on 73.
I enjoy how this image has been created with our leading lines coming down to our figure at the bottom. But what happens after we breach the figure at the bottom? Like, we have the big dark void on the left-hand side of the print, which, if we're looking at prints, the fact that the blacks have just completely blocked up there doesn't really kind of add anything to that sort of story for me. And then also when I go up to some of the highlights throughout the images, and especially around the cranes, the lack of contrast, it seems a bit patchy in just the working up there. Just seems a bit flat compared to the rest of the image, and sort of detracts away. So for me, I appreciate the story and I like how it's been put together. I just think technically it might need a little bit more finessing.
Somebody else was up there. Mandarin, you and 84.
Yeah, I think this is really solid storytelling with the figures in the background up the top of the stairs, or the crowds walking by, just ignoring this poor old lady that's down on her luck, and her only friend is the little bird that's so perfectly placed. To address Alan's concern about the cranes, perhaps that could be, the smoggy environment, will sort of dull down any contrast in the background. I do agree with the left-hand side of the image. Had that been cropped in, perhaps even a square crop, to get rid of what we don't need on the left-hand side would have definitely helped, and then I would have gone up higher. But I'm definitely in the solid semi-final category, and I think it's very worthy.
Unless someone else wishes to speak, and then we go back.
Look, if we've got a fixation with certain things in shadows and that, if you see the most famous film of the 1940s, The Third Man, it's black shadows. Because black shadows are scary, we don't know what's in them. There's enough detail going to the last 20%, and then it becomes foreboding. This person has put themselves in a very dangerous position, and the interpretation's quite artistic. To me, it certainly needs to be in the mid-80s.
Okay, you hold your score, everyone else can rescore. Thank you. Print scores 83 and is a semi-finalist. Chris, we will give you a break.
Oh, thanks.
Peter Rossi. Got the next meet coming up. Thanks, Peter.
Hang on, Peter, I've got to bring your name up first. Set to go. There's a description. When you have a rainbow obsession.
Judges, we have a print that is going to be in the commended range with a score of 72. Well done. So let's just get a quick comment from Alan Moyle. Thank you.
It's an interesting use of light, using the neon lights there as the light source. I think the thing that sort of takes away from this is if you actually crop it from the bottom up and take away the obviousness of the light source, then you actually get a really interesting image and you go straight to the eyes. And those eyes are really intense and they draw you in. It's just that we get drawn to the bottom of the image a little bit more in the eyes and we want to see those eyes.
Thanks, Alan. Next print, please. We have a few more prints, not that many to go, and then we'll be moving into commercial in this room. But there will be a short break because we're doing reviews after we've got the category. And then we will be doing the winners. So.
There's a description.
Sorry. Nature Scream. Scream. Ah!
It wasn't,
Do
was
that
it?
again.
No.
We could all do it. We could.
Alan, you've entered, haven't you?
This is probably good.
Have now. Thank you.
77, a commended image, and we'll get a comment if we can.
Better challenge that though. Like can't let that go.
More than a comment.
Well, I'm way out there. I mean, I don't think I'm way out there. I'm actually right where it should be. But I know we've seen this technique a lot, like we have for a number of years. And the reason why this technique is so done is because it's fascinating and because it allows us to look at certain objects differently to how we might already see them. And I think, you know, the nature scream, like it's perfect. There's an amazing little face in this. It's kind of comical, but it's also quite sinister. And of these types of images that we do see, this one has been done extremely well. If it was more original in that we'd never seen this before, then I'd be putting it in the final range. But I think it sits really well in semi-finals because as an example of this type of image, it's exquisitely done. I love that it looks slightly flat as well because it really gives you this beautiful texture, which is very diverse too through the the top section where it's quite bright, it's like cross-hatching, it's like a pencil drawing, and then through the background there it's this delicate kind of, you know, almost like lace or netting, and it's just visually really beautifully balanced as well across the whole thing. So I hope that if you know, if some of the reason might be that like we've seen this type of image before, that I could convince you that this is a beautiful way of looking at this technique. And yeah, I can see Tony trying to shut me up.
No, not at all. Peter.
I found it quite interesting, the graphic nature of it from a distance. When I went in, it didn't give me any more than what I wanted. Maybe there are a couple of nature orifices that you start to see when you get in close. But the contrast of this sharpness in the line drawing and the muddiness of the background, and I'm asking myself, where's it taking me? Why will I remember it, and why would I remember it? What's the whole purpose of the picture, rather than it's an interesting line, which when I got in, it lost me. So if you want to keep talking.
Thank you, Peter. You may convince me. We'll go just have a word from Belinda.
I don't really have much more to add, to be honest. I like it the more I look at it. I'm finding more and more details the more I look at it, and I feel like it's I'm getting more from it by standing back rather than going right up close. I don't really know how I would improve this either. So
we'll come back to you, Katie.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way of improving it either, really, in that it is what it is. But I play around with these types of images myself as well, and I find them really therapeutic and quite fun to create. And I know how much thought goes into the placement, because there are so many different ways you can do it. And so I just feel like the photographers thought through every single aspect of this: the shape, the form, the way it sits in the composition, and the incredible contrast between the foreground and background detail. And you know, we see lots of types of images. You know, we see certain types of portraits, certain techniques used in lots of different ways. And I don't think that it has to be more than what it is, which is nature scream. There's a sense of humour. We're seeing something. I'm assuming it's the trunk of a tree. We're seeing it in a different way. We're seeing, you know, art in it. We're seeing texture in it. We're seeing detail that we wouldn't normally see. It's interesting and evocative and slightly funny, and I think it's worthy of being a semi-finalist for that.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Keep your score at 88. Everybody else rescore, please. This print is now a semi-finalist. Well done. Next picture. Next print, please. Next print, please.
You're doing well, judges. You're doing well.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. This print is a semi-finalist with a score of 83. No, 80. What do I get? Okay. 80. Semi-finals. Well done. Everyone happy with that? You can. Be decisive. Let's go.
Yeah.
We have a challenge from Alan on 86.
It's my first challenge of the night, so
It's okay.
day,
Make it a good one.
wherever we are. I'm not sure where we are at the time of day. Yeah, I think the flow through this is really, really spectacular. I love how quite often when you have images put together like this, the flow doesn't quite work, whereas the flow through this, you actually can look up and down, left and right. The flows that work through the different images, even diagonally, the flow is pretty special through this. So, yeah, I'd love to see it come up a few extra more points, because I think, yeah, tonality-wise, the colour tones, it's just beautiful.
Mandarin on 82. That's on 72, my apologies.
The colour palette is quite stunning. Where it let me down, unfortunately, was I respectfully couldn't find the flow. I don't know where I'm supposed to look. I'm not sure why some of the dark patches are sitting where they are. Also, some of the squares are quite pin sharp in the lines, whereas others are very soft, and I can't resolve that either.
Let's have a chat to somebody like Peter, who's on 80.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I really do. So that's why I'm on 80 and the average was 80. And I think that's where it sits quite well for me. The cubist nature of it is brilliant. You can just keep running around and finding little relationships and lines and things and almost faces. And I don't see such a flow that you're saying, Alan, but I like the placement of the darker pieces. It's really quite oddball. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't flow, but I like that non-flowingness.
Okay, back to you, Alan.
I guess by flow, I kind of say it feels like it has a movement. It almost has an organic feel in the colour tones, but also has almost a mechanical feel in how it's actually kind of turning with you in the frame. So that's where I kind of find all this sort of coming together. I can't see that unsharpness on the squares that you're seeing. So, but yeah, I think coming up with a few extra points would be great for this shot.
You hold your score, Alan. You're at 86. Everybody else, please rescore. Yes.
Oh, Robin.
Now scores 83. Good solid semi-finalist. Well
No,
done.
check it again.
81. It's the last number and then it moves.
Sorry.
It should make it red.
Needs to be more emphasis on it.
I like to hurry those bits, but not hurry your talking, you know. Okay, next print, please.
We know they have a compress review.
Thanks, judges.
Part of it, and here we have to find them, and they're on the side. Are they put aside? And they tell us the number or the code or something. Yeah, okay.
We've been writing down the codes of the ones that.
But this is only this isn't the review ones that were like on 69 or 79. This is only.
I can scroll through here and find them. Do we do it in order? So it's in order?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Print will get a semi-final berth.
No.
Yes, it will.
Just hold fire.
It still will though.
I'm just getting ahead of the game.
We're waiting on a judge.
Just.
Oh. So that wasn't the system.
Okay.
Here it is.
82.
82 semi-finalists. Well done. A quick comment from Peter, please.
Oh, this beautiful wallpaper, those ochre colours, the warmth, the sort of feeling of repetition, it's extremely strong. It's extremely Aboriginal, Australiana, desert. The fact that, names keep coming into my head means that it's taking me places. It evokes your imagination.
Thank you, Peter. Next print, please.
Oh, there is a description. Very sorry. Sorry. It is almost impossible to photograph animals in a picture-perfect position together. That's where creativity begins. I created this image to give to a wildlife rescue group to demonstrate animal rescue for their volunteer work and show the range of species that can be cared for.
This print is a semi-finalist with a score of 82. Well done. And I'll get a brief comment, if I can, from Alan, who's right smack bang on 82.
I've never posed a possum, but I have a feeling that if I ever do, I'll be looking to this photo for inspiration. Again, frogs, I post frogs, they're great, and lizards, they're perfect too. So I feel it's it's really well handled, light-wise, and mixing the images together, as has been described, has been very well done.
Thank you, Alan. Just a quick judge change. Katie, I'm going to give you a little break. Steve, you can come in, and Mandarin, you can have a little walk, and let's have Kelly Tunney back. Thank you. So you've got two judges coming in, guys. If you can just put them in. Put the next print.
Bring the next image up before I can do
Next
that.
print, please.
So who've we got? Steve. Hang on, Steve. I'm just going to bring it up.
Oh, that's good.
And who was the other one?
What do you want about mine?
Kelly's coming on for Mandarin. Okay, we're good to go.
Judges. Print score 76, right in the middle of commended. Well done. Let's have a quick comment from Kelly.
I really enjoyed. I feel like the on the stems, like they're little ants, sort of crawling through. I think perhaps I wanted a different crop, maybe compositionally. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, hello. I'm on. Not sure exactly how, but perhaps not as much room on the left.
Thanks. Next print, please. Following this category, which will conclude in a short while, we will be moving fairly quickly into commercial. Those who have been waiting all day for pet and animal, they've started next door.
This has a caption. We're just trying to get the machine to catch up to us.
Okay.
Hypnotic vision.
Get 75 is a commended. Well done. And let's have a brief comment from Steve. Thanks.
Yeah, and commending the photographer for really strong technique in terms of creating this concept. However, I feel if it is to be elevated, to actually start creating a little bit more of a narrative.
Thank you, Steve. Next print, please. And we have a description.
Abstract Snoopy.
Print scores 81 and is a semi-finalist. Well done. Everybody very consistent there. Have a quick comment from Steve. Thanks. Sure.
A very visceral, I can't say that word properly, but that's that one. You can almost feel the three-dimensionality of it, and you can almost reach in there and touch it. So well done to the actual photographer for creating that.
Thank you. Next print, please. There's a description. Caption coming. Thanks, judges.
Frankie frankly did not give a damn. It's an amusing job capturing pets for a living with all their quirky personalities. I wanted to accentuate the idea of a pet portrait by making the image appear 3D by layering a frame and flowers bursting out of the image.
Print score 78. Commended. And we might sort of, let's get a comment from Kelly. Thanks. Everyone's pretty close to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the flowers are adding to the frame. I feel like it would have been much stronger without them. There is perhaps a loose hair across the face as well, and I feel like the bit too muddy darkening of the frame in the bottom right hand corner. Yeah.
Thanks, Kelly. Next print, please. Yes. Okay, can I please ask Christopher to jump in? Or okay, can I? Thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
Katie, you can do it on your phone. I've logged you in. Okay.
Thank you, judges. Print scores 83 and is a semi-finalist.
Just grab my microphone.
Whatever for, Katie.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, this is okay. Exceptional visual and emotional impact. I mean, it's hilarious. I've never seen a sock story before, but like, you know, where do those bloody things go? Sorry, excuse the B word, but like they do disappear, and this is a phenomenon. This is a human phenomenon which has been joked about socially for decades, and I've never seen a beautiful piece of photographic art about it before. So, you know, as far as originality and impact goes, this has got it in droves. And so much attention to detail. It's not just one thing, it's like in multiple places. This person is having a really good laugh, and so are we. Hopefully I certainly am. I hope the rest of you are. If you're not, maybe you've never lost socks. I find that very hard to believe. So, I mean, point out the things that are wrong. There's nothing wrong with this image. It's been beautifully put together. It's got a great sense of humour, attention to detail, superb visual narrative, everything, all the things.
Okay, let's hear from Peter on 82.
Original, yes. Unique, yes. I've never seen that, and I have lost many socks. I'm actually wearing 2 different ones today because of it. Yeah, it is. The more I look at it, the more I'm finding the little sock caterpillars up the top there. They've got it together. They're not lost. They're actually pairs. So there's lots to look at. I didn't go higher at the start. I enjoyed the humour of it and had a little chuckle, yes, and I probably was looking for a little more, and maybe you can give it to me. You know, my eyes going all around the place, looking for, is there some other subtle? Oh, no, there's little signs. There's a lot to see. I'm enjoying it, and keep talking, and I'll be walking up with you.
We've got 3 of you sitting just in. Yep, Kelly, you're next.
Yeah, perhaps I was conservative, and I don't feel like I normally am, but I think, you know, in terms of the category, you know, the description was literally go crazy, go wild or something like that. This is just on the extreme side of quirky humour. I think the colour, highly saturated, sort of fits that weirdness about it. But sort of what you're saying is when you sort of go in, you're finding more and more and more, and that's really why this probably should be why this should be scored a lot higher as well. But I think I scored it a little less because of the 2 cups of coffee. I didn't understand that little part. Maybe I don't need to. The rest made a lot of sense, but I think the photographer's quite gutsy for doing something so brave.
We'll go back to Katie. Before we do, just a reminder that you're looking at what level of visual and emotional impact, what level of narrative interpretation, etc., what level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, and so on and so forth. So just refer to that if you're not quite sure. But Katie, back to you.
Oh yeah, well it's exceptional and highly original, so it's right up there sitting against our little scoring card. But I mean, will you remember this image? Because I definitely will, and the next time there's a sock joke in my house, I'm going to be thinking about that pink sock sitting looking sad, because it can't drink the coffee, it can't have the coffee, it's a sock, look at its sad little head. I mean, it's really funny. And the other thing that strikes me is they've chosen to put it in this very ordinary scene, of course, because they're socks, they're like old, you know, shriveled up socks. They're not going to be living in some fantastical universe, they're just in a park with, you know, an old bench and some trees. Like, it's nothing fantastical. It's just really humorous and very human and highly original. There should be more funny photos out there.
You hold your score and judges score accordingly. Thanks. Sock scores 87. Okay, thank you. And thank Thank you, judges. That's the end of the creative category. Thank you, audience. We're going to take a...
Got to do the reviews. There's some closed. We're not doing them now. We're doing the closed ones later. But we've got to do the reviews.
Yeah, so that's the end of the creative category. What we're doing now is reviewing the ones that were on 79 and 89, 69. Have a quick look at those. It's the system that most of you are used to, which is the yes/no system.
I think they've got.
If you grab one of those and you stand without blocking the screen. Bring an image up. We'll ask you to tell us whether it should go up or down once we tell you the frame store.
I think they do.
So it goes up, it goes to 70, 79, so it goes up, it goes to 80.
I think we have to see which one they put up and then move it to it. But if you don't fix that one, it can't go to review.
Yeah, but it is the actual end of the category. You've seen all the pictures.
It'll just stay in the original score.
Can you give us a couple of seconds before we do?
Yeah, we need to just fix something first.
Okay.
So if you go on to
BC.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can actually type it, can't I?
So it's the 69, then the 79, and then the 89. Will that work? Or is that too much?
That one?
Yeah. So.
Shit.
Oh, okay.
While we're
How's that a bit pretty hard? Okay, so when you typed in BC, that was an
Tim, you'll need to stay in this room for the commercial category.
So then,
That's probably a good idea.
Review score. You can.
That's what it's like to sit back somewhere nice and listen to streaming, coffee.
but we don't know. I mean, we don't know who.
It means it's real.
To just do the final score.
We need to run a competition for all those people in Iceland.
Up here.
Yeah, you're highlighting. What is this sound?
Now do it.
What was that? You're correct. It was an ultra multi-purpose wipe that's been put across the top front of the microphone, which we've used on occasion today.
We need to make sure they've got that image.
By health standards.
Yeah, print.
That's fine. Go now. We've got to decide. Are you going to do them like 69s?
Back to Monte Carlos.
We've got ones.
Oh, I know because it went up. That's fine. It was reviewed and went up already, so click the 79s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anybody
So
know
then.
the system?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but that means we don't have to do that one.
That's right.
The first time it was a 79 and
Yeah.
then it already changed. Okay, so we only have to do the ones that's here now say 79.
The question to be asked is, should this be elevated to the next scoring range? What you say no, then it stays where it is.
And then you just have to
Can we
manually.
just bring up? I need to know which print they're putting up.
What's the
Yeah.
first print you're bringing out?
They're working on that.
First print we're bringing out is this one?
They should be in order.
Yeah, it's doing well.
That's
Yep.
it.
Yep.
don't need a license for these, do we?
All good?
Yep.
Okay, judges, if you
You
need to
ready?
stand, whatever.
Do you want me to change? Are you happy to change?
You don't need to stand, just as long as everyone can see the screen.
Hard to see.
It got 79, so does it go up?
So can you call out the current score?
Yeah,
And
all
I'll
of
ask you to
These are
show-
79s.
So this is a 79.
Oh, hang on.
Okay. Yep. We're still to air as well.
Yes, I,
Yep, yep.
yeah, so I apologise for all those people who,
Does it go up?
are we looking at? So that stays where it is at 79, which is a commended, it's quite highly commended, it's well done. Go to the next print, please. Could you show me, guys? 'Cause I'm just in case.
We need to see it to be able to.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Yeah, just put your next one.
This is currently a
79. We're all-
79, and do we go to 80? And it stays where it is. Yes, I'm not going to call it till you've all voted, even though you might.
Do you need to issue press review?
It stays where it is, well done. 79, commended. This is a 79.
Yeah.
And
Judge,
everybody.
sorry, just going to have to wait 1 second.
Okay,
Sorry.
it's okay.
This one. It's not paving itself, is it? It's just, yeah, it just wants to do this.
This
So
one
we've got
might.
technical issues here, but we are getting there. So this one is.
We good?
Nearly.
That one would be slightly easier.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
This
right now.
it's not a might, it's a yes. It's definitely gone up to an 80, so well done, you're a semi-finalist for that one, thank you. This print is currently a 79, we're asking should it go to 80? We all say, no, it's sitting quite comfortably at 79, as commended, well done. You hold the print till I call it, just so the girls are ready, so I'll coordinate.
We should be good now.
Good to go.
Back and running.
And this is
It doesn't matter, we can adjust to you.
We're right, you guys just put
This
them
is
down.
currently 79, thank you. And we're asking should it go to 80, and the answer is yes. It is now an 80. Well done. That's now a standard. Thank you. Next print is a 89.
Okay,
We're asking should this go to 90, which means it would be a finalist.
And just up 1 minute.
Okay, Christopher, Ian, please, or Peter, you can jump in on that. You can stay here, please. It's 89 currently, we're asking should this go up to be a 90?
It's based on them.
Okay, it stays where it is at 89, which is a very high semi-final. And of course, if we don't have enough in the 90 range, if we only have 3 or 4, then the 89 will come into consideration for. We have currently an 89. We're asking should this be a 90?
No, I'm just waiting.
Are you good to give you the answer?
Yep.
It's a yes. We have a 90. Well done. That's it?
Done.
Woohoo! Did we have one missing?
No, we just want to double check.
Oh, yes, we did have.
We did have there was a black and white or something. Is that a?
Hang on, I'm just going to
Just
just
hold
open
fire,
over
guys.
it.
When we finish, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Tony, no, we did judge it.
We did.
Went to the 69s. Sorry, yeah, so we did that, sorry, 79s. And let's just have a look to make sure that we think, so 1, yes, 2, yes. That doesn't matter, that's done, that's okay, that's done, that's all right. Well done, everybody.
Thanks, judges. That's excellent. We'll take a 10-minute break. If I could then have Bruce Moyle, Mark Zen, Vanessa McCauley, Peter Barnes, Matt Vasilescu, Tim Moon, and Francis Sousa in this room to have commercial. We're starting in about 10 minutes.
Of the
And thank you, Dave, behind the desk.
Thank you, they're doing the PPY later, but that is where, and these two here, one of those went up, but I
Remember the microphone's live.
just leave that one there for a second, it's now 90.
Do you know how to bring it, there's no commercial category on this? Do you know
I don't know what you want to do with that, but that would be helpful, that'd be helpful later, won't it?
We've, the report for this, yeah. Okay, quickly, do I turn that off?
You can't turn it off.
Turn the mute on.
God, I need to go to the loop for judge another crowd. I'll talk about that, it'll be